Order of the North Star.
All right, there it is. Phil told us about that t-shirt.
Okay, who am I looking at? I'm looking at Natalie, right?
Yep.
All right, so what do you think?
I like this week because I focused more on.
Didn't you do some real cool ones last week?
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that. You're like, yeah.
She does cool ones pretty much every week.
Oh, thanks.
Quiet, you.
I'm serious.
But yeah, I just focused on crowds a lot more this week.
Are we starting to dig into
it.
this cafe to character idea?
Yeah, I have, there's like one page where I was drawing like a family at a table, and then I started focusing on the boy. It's just like a page of this boy with a stick. That was my like start of it. It's somewhere in there, one of them.
These are cool. What are these?
Those are from, is it the Sartorialist? One of the websites that you, yeah.
It's probably Sartorialist. It's definitely not Earth's World.
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, the
this kid?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's the story? Morning Glory.
I didn't really get into it that much yet, but there was just this kid at the park, and he was with his family, and they were having a party, and for a while he was just sitting down and he was bored, and then after they were done eating, he like got up and found this big stick and was just like running around and playing with it, and I thought it was funny. I don't know.
Ryan, the best thing for this kind of project is try and give it some sort of backstory, right?
Right, yeah.
I don't mean some big long story. It's just that whatever you need to hang your design on, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Something like I have to do this demo this week for we're gonna move into gouache in my traditional media class. So I'm like, I'll draw something, and if I just go, I'll draw something, it's. I mean, I could sit down to start drawing, something will happen, but as soon as something happens, and my brain goes, oh, it's this person, and they do this, and that's why they have this, and they do that, and it just helps me. It's just like if you start a real design project, first thing you do is research. You got to get some structure under that. The drawing's just the expression of all this research and ideas and all that kind of thing, right? It's the end expression of this idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like this drawing right here. I mean, you could go with this guy, give him something. And then what I do too is if I have if it's a kid, my brain might start going to I might want to give him something to make him more interesting from a visual perspective. So then I, starting to invent things and go down that rabbit hole. It's just like this kid. This character design.
Yeah, I was trying to think about other things I would do with it, but then I just didn't get around to drawing him more. So this is just like my first page of observational drawing. But yeah.
He's a fun design, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's got the little flag and the backpack and a bugle. It's fun. You ever seen the guy this is based on?
No, I haven't.
It's super funny. Hang on. Actually, it's a good thing from this class, actually, for this class. So he's an animator. Right?
Yeah.
That's the other animators probably just kind of took off on him, you know what I mean? And what's funny about him is that he looks just like him. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's great. Oh, Peterson. Okay.
Great
That's
design,
cool.
great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have pictures of that guy when he was a boy?
The thing that's funnier to me is, as an adult, he looks just like that kid. You know what I
Just
mean?
mix it up adult. Yeah.
That's true.
But that was a great movie. You know,
Really was. I loved it.
Yeah.
when we saw you guys this week, I would get screenings, so the studio would call up. They go, "Hey, you got to come over and see," and you wouldn't see it finished. You'd see it like storyboarded, and it'd have a scratch track and all that stuff. But they'd show it to you because you're making product and stuff for it, so you needed to see the plot and all that and what was going on. And they had that whole sequence in it, in like storyboards of, you know, their life together when they meet each other, and then she dies or whatever.
Oh.
And I remember leaving that and going, well, it's not going to be in the movie. You know what I mean? I go, they're never going to put that in that movie. You know what I mean? It's an animated movie. And then when it comes out, you know, you go, oh my God, that's like the best part in the movie. You know what I mean? Why would you
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I just thought for sure, and Pixar doesn't do this, but I thought for sure somebody come along, you know, some suit and go, you can't put that in there. It's a downer. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I love the scene with the dogs when they're serving dinner. They're like serving dinner and then they're stealing stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
They're dogs. It's great.
What's the dog's name? Doug?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's Alpha with the squeaky voice.
Who? Oh,
Alpha.
yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Those guys, man. What's the last movie they did? Was that one with a dead dad or whatever it was?
Yeah, Onward.
Did that do anything?
I think Onward was this? Maybe not.
It was what?
I can't remember.
Onward was Pixar. Yeah.
No, it was Pixar.
Onward was Pixar? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But did it do anything? It's like it felt like I didn't even really notice it coming out.
I think it's because it
Same.
came right when COVID like shut everything
No, but it just seems
down.
like Pixar's so good. It just seems like people wouldn't give a crap. They'd just watch those. And I don't know. It might have done great. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I saw it at
trying-
home, so
Yeah, it was released like I think it was like 1 week in the theaters, and then they just decided to release it.
Yeah,
And
it
then
was the last movie I saw.
In the
Or-
theater?
Yeah,
Okay, so Natalie, these are great.
thank you.
Are you going to go with this kid, or are you going to play around some more?
I'm gonna still explore different things. That was just like my first idea. It wasn't something I'm attached to necessarily yet. So
You know what, you guys? I need to do. Maybe I'll do that next week. I need to do a demo on what we would normally do at the Natural History Museum. Yeah. Because the reason I take you to the Natural History Museum is that Natural History Museum, Marchfield, those two especially. But Natural History Museum, the reason we go there is because when you go and you draw like dinosaur bones, you know, these big skeletons and stuff, usually people haven't drawn those. And it takes you out of your normal, it's hard for you to plug in nonsense that you're not seeing with that because you probably haven't drawn it very much. And it also looks very complicated when you start it. So I like breaking down that form. I don't know why they just popped in my head. So the reason we go there is that those are basically an abstraction, and they look like a very complex abstraction. How do we break that, you know, that complexity down and be able to draw it and all that? Does that make sense? And the reason is because I was just looking at these. And I put these up usually before we go to Natural History Museum. These are all Norm, but these are all at the Natural History Museum. So I'll do a demo on that next week. Does that make sense?
Yep.
See, here's that shadow I was looking for. See how he did that crisscross pattern in the shadow? And gave it a little bit of a stylistic thing. And then these things are basically just graphic, interesting little graphic symbols of, you know, touching the water or whatever. Anyway, I'll do that next week. This is the Natural History Museum.
Mike, are you gonna do the likeness demo today?
Yeah, we'll talk. I'm going to talk about it. Okay. I'm going to talk about some really simple things you can start putting in there that are really simple.
Cool.
That are landmarks that I look for. And I probably talked about them a little bit in here, but they're just landmarks that I look for that get me started on the likenesses, and they're just real big handles. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I'm trying to find this other thing. It's sort of like taking the idea of this on location sketching and taking it a little further. Does that make sense from a stylistic point of view? And these are all just the old Disney guys.
Is that graphite powder?
This one? No, probably not. It might even be charcoal. Colored pencil, it looks like. But just the simplicity of these drawings are pretty simple. They're just nice and stylish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a
Are
real
these
simple
Ryman?
one. There's that tree idea we've talked about. See it? Yeah?
Yeah. Is this Herb Ryman?
Yeah, is this Ryman?
This is that might be a Ryman. You know, and the thing is, I'm hoping you guys are seeing this now and going, because when I saw this kind of stuff, you know, before I knew how to do all this, I thought it was all complicated. Now I look at it and go, that's a simple drawing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping you guys are starting to see it that way. Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this is a box right here. This is a box right here. This is a box right here, you know? Then these really simple indications of trees, a couple of darks, and you're out. You know what I mean? These are not difficult drawings, right? I mean, if you don't know how to do it, it is, but. So sorry, when I roll through old stuff, then I see stuff that's interesting. I always love this drawing just for how great that action is, right? Like that follow through of the hand. Are good examples of sort of levels of finish. Yeah? Especially these, they're still sketchy, but they feel finished. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes. Is that from Robots?
Yeah, that's from Robots. That's Peter Desev. This is Peter Desev. And if you notice Peter Desev, his stuff is finished, but it's also got that looseness and everything to it, right? Why do you think everybody worships at the altar of Desev, right? Because this is why.
Is it like a line quality thing?
It's a whole bunch of stuff. It's a nuance thing. It's a line quality thing. It's a draftsman thing. It's a design thing, and it's he's funny and clever thing. You know what I mean?
It's a tall order to aspire to.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, absolutely.
But that's why we're here, right?
Yeah. I mean, and then you look at him and you go, like, this is from the Arboretum for this class, right? And you know what? I need to do a demo on this too. So what I'm doing here is it looks like a complex drawing, right? What's really driving it is that I threw down the ink and then I came in with black watercolor and just made it look more complicated than it is. Does that make sense? So both of these things I need to do. Hang on. So I think next week I'm going to get off of people. I'm going to do probably dinosaurs and probably this. Does that make sense?
Today's likeness and expression, right?
Yeah, likeness. And likeness is the main handles for likeness to me are pretty simple. And those are just the way I do it. And it's really just 3 or 4 things, really. This guy's my thing. I was sitting at McDonald's drawing because my McDonald's is right on the lake. It's kind of nice. Drawing people. And this guy, and I only have these crappy scans of it. So hopefully this will be read enough. So this is the guy I was looking at. Okay. And I don't even know why I was doing this. I think I was just screwing around. Former KGB, did 4 years in a Siberian work camp, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff popped in my head and I just wrote it down. Does that make sense? So he looked kind of like that. Well, he did look like that. And then I just started playing around with this idea around it. And these are all just little doodles that were going on while I was sitting there. Right? Start moving them around. Not worried about good drawings, just playing around with shapes. There he is in KGB mode. You know, Russia kind of stuff. Does that make sense? And then I started thinking about how he got out of Russia. He had to escape. So he had this sidekick bear, which obviously came from the idea of the Russian bear. So I started playing around with this. I have a bunch of drawings of them. They had this little vehicle. And this thing popped up, and there's a little stage, and they do the Russian dancing bear thing, and nobody suspected it, so they could keep moving towards the border, and then over the border, and they're out. Does that make sense? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I wrote it.
We're all just-
That's how I would do it. That makes total sense.
And these are all just doodles while I was sitting there, which is why I'm curating them, because half of them I don't like. Ideas let your brain kind of float along and sort of create this. And the narrative isn't just for storytelling. Narrative is to give you something to hang your design on. Otherwise, I don't know how you design anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Like the worst thing you can do if somebody, and you're going to get fired in 5 minutes if you did this. If some, you know, you work on a project and they go, here's what we're, you know, here's what it is, and here's this, and here's that. And then you come in with a bunch of drawings that are clearly not researched, and you just drew stuff you thought was cool. I mean, you're gone. Does that make sense? You've got to have a rationale for what you're doing. You know, people want to know, you know, how did you arrive at this? Because you'll see it. It's hollow. You know what I mean? Like I get this in this project a lot where people just start drawing like basically variations on Star Wars characters or something like that. I'm like, what is this? You know what I mean? It's like, you like drawing Star Wars characters. This isn't about looking at something and design. What I'm trying to get you to, and there's a big value, in my opinion, of designing from life, from sitting down and just kind of pushing and pulling and playing. Sometimes it's just pure play, but you're still designing. Does that make sense? Sometimes you're pushing and pulling an environment and playing around with it, maybe cartoonizing it or whatever you're doing to it. There's a huge value in that because that muscle's getting flexed all the time. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, that was a good one. Where's Ebony?
I'm here.
Leap forward this week? This
I
one
feel like
looks
there was progress.
this one's a big progress right here. Yeah?
Thank you. Yeah.
That's balanced. Good one here. Okay, so what do you think?
I think I'm just slowly making more progress, which is good.
I think this one right here is a big jump.
Yeah, that was my favorite.
Yeah. Is that from a photo?
Yeah, I worked mostly from photos this week. I'm going to try to get out into the cafes more, especially because of the project.
I know it's tricky right now, and I don't want you guys going any place that's not safe. So I always just try and find places that are reasonably safe, which is basically probably outdoor patios and stuff. I don't know where else you could even go anyway. So downtown Disney's open, right?
Yeah, it's been open for a little while now.
Except that you got to pay, like, you know, on a payment plan, their parking fees, right?
Yeah.
We used to go there all the time and draw the class, and then somebody goes, hey, it costs a lot to park there now. I guess they changed it or something. Like, yeah, no, it's not. And then I go out to leave and it's like $48. My parking fee was like $48. I'm like, this is insane. Okay, questions?
Not so far.
Now think about things like this here. This edge, and I'm gonna always get you guys on this. This edge right here feels like it could be a piece of paper or something, correct? Because it's just so thin.
Yeah,
right?
It's pretty flat looking. Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to come in here and get that, this is going to have some sort of, a little more naturalistic end, whatever it is, right? Don't get it all ratty like I just did. I'm not warmed up. This guy, he's probably going to have a little more, because I got to get my hands warmed up. Little more brow line there, probably. I'd get this little cheek mass indication right there. See how much of a difference that makes? Do you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's nothing, but it matters, Like this. Like in here, a lot of times, I don't think that would go back that far. I want to put a little of that value next to the eye, so I can sink that eye into that eye socket. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably a little here. He looks like he's young, so not too much. And again, now here, I'll probably put that right there maybe. On a guy, once in a while, I'll put a little indication of the jawline maybe. Just depends on how old they are or young they are. Here, same thing. Let's break that up. So you got this in now, this hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
The overall shape. Looks like you got plenty of cranium back there. I can probably get a little dark in here. Come around. And I'm going to look for those planes of the hair. And then once you got this sort of blocked in like this, then I can do like maybe a loose hair here and there. And sort of finish them up, yeah?
Yeah.
These little landmarks are a big deal, okay? And then you're probably going to find your own. Okay, so I'll talk about that in a minute. Where's my cafe to characters?
I haven't really been on the cafes this week because we're still down at my brother's house and I don't really know the area. But I'm going to be back home today, so I'm
Where are you
going
at
to
now?
be doing. Still in Antelope Valley.
What's Antelope Valley like? I never go out there.
It's kind of middle of nowhere.
I like that.
Yeah, it's nice though.
That's where the poppies go off.
Is it?
Yeah. The Antelope Valley Preserve. It wouldn't be going off right now, but there's the Antelope Valley Preserve, and that's where they go off. The problem is trying to get there when they're going off. And I've tried a few times. I always miss it. I got a hotel out there to go paint out there, and then I drove up, and they were all gone already. And the guy goes, there's nothing here, All right. No questions?
Just about the tone paper. Where would you pop the white colored pencil?
Okay. I'm going to assume his light's up here. Up here.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. Probably a little here. I mean, it's going to get thrust towards you're going to look at like planes that are going to catch light. And that's going to be things obviously facing the light. Maybe a little right there. He could get some on his hair. Now on the hair, it can get a little shiny here and there. You know, it can get a little more specularity, maybe in his eye, just a touch. And then I'd probably do a little specularity on his nose, right? Very simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also I might, and you know, there's a bunch of ways to handle it. So I don't always like, you know, I might come in and go, I'm doing it this way or whatever. And you might do it a different way, but I might get a little more of that, whatever kind of beard he had. A little more indication, you know, a little more of this. And see how I darken the bottom of his mustache?
Mm-hmm.
Part of that is because it's subtle, but it's okay. So it's subtle, but what it's doing is that mustaches usually, especially if they're substantial like that, they sort of curve down a little bit. So that gives me an excuse to kind of slightly darken it up as it goes under and away from the light, right? So what does that do? It gives it a little more form, right?
Right.
And you just got to be careful, because what people do is when they first start doing this tone paper thing, they go in and they just really nail it all over the place, you know, with the real bright, the brightest paint marker they got and everything. And those kind of leaps, like if I just have a paint marker, then I might just do like specularity, like maybe the little highlight on the nose and things like that. I'm not really going to use that a whole lot because it's just going to be too much. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I was trying not to do. I didn't want to overdo it with the like white.
Yeah, but like start off with the Prismacolor. And a lot of times, I mean, for years, all we used was Prismacolors, you know, or we'd have a little gouache in our bag or whatever, but, you know, use Prismacolor mostly, and then you just lean on it a little harder. The one thing I like about the paint markers now is I can do the same thing with that I would do with the gouache and get that little specularity. So it gives me two levels of highlight, right?
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So like some of this stuff, there's, you know, when you're lighting something, like humans get a little more complex, but like when you're talking about a box or something, you're going, that light's up there, this plane's catching light, this plane isn't. So that's, you know, and I'd say with a face, it's still whatever's facing that light, right? But then you got to manage like how much light does it get, and then where's the specularity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in this light right now, I'm getting these reflections in my glasses and stuff, but they're not like crazy bright. This one's now it's a little bit of specularity, right? And then this plane over here on my face, I do that with, even though that's fairly bright, I do that with a Prisma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it'd just be way too much if I blasted that with paint marker, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where's Gina?
I'm here.
What do you think?
I think that I'm still struggling between getting my mind to shift over to sketching rather than drawing. I think I'm still drawing.
That's typical.
And so my line mileage is not staying like the most with the least amount of, you know.
It's a nice one. Is this later?
I think that was like the second one.
Oh, wow. Did. I mean, more of this guy. Was that a fairly quick one?
Which one?
This one here?
Oh, the hat.
This guy.
Yeah, I think he was quicker. I really liked the balance of his
yeah.
head and neck.
Yeah,
nice.
Okay, so what you're saying about going from, did I forget to re-upload the Disney? No, I did, right? The Disney PDF?
I think you did.
I did? Okay. The thing with like going from drawing to sketching is really common. It's one of the main reasons that I want to do this class is because I think I've said this, I've hired people accidentally or worked with people who are they're drawers, are not sketchers. And in the industry, that's not going to serve you very well. I mean, you want to be able to draw well, obviously, but you need to be able to throw down your ideas pretty quick. And whatever you're going to do is going to have to be pretty quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I seem to be able to block things out, but when I have to flesh them out, I don't seem to be able to discern how much is too much, how much, what would be more telling but less action.
So what you want to do is you want to find landmarks, and that's why I'm always talking about this. You know, when I'm drawing a head shape, you know, I've broken it, you know, I break it down in this very simple thing. Now, I don't always draw this thing, but this is a good way for me to explain it. You know, and then I'm going, where's the bottom of the nose? And then I know there's a brow there. It comes down into the eye. And then lips. You know, and then whatever this is going to be. Okay. So then I go, okay, I've got the wing of the nose. I need to show some form in here. So I'm going to put that little cheek mass up against the wing of the nose, because that's, to me, that's an important landmark. The eye socket is an important landmark, obviously. So I can put a little value in there. The nose, obviously. And then I go, well, what kind of nose is it? Maybe it's that. Okay, depending on the age, you know, there's going to be a little of this here. And you can see I haven't hardly done anything, but there's structure there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, and then adjust here. And then I go, okay, I can, there's sort of a mass idea against the ear right there, right? If it's a younger person or a woman or something, I'm probably not gonna, you know, and then I can put the hair in and all that. But I'm doing very little, and you should probably kind of try and do that on some of these things. Trying to do as little as possible. And then it's just a matter of like, okay, where can I punch my lines? Lights here, back here, maybe here. You know, make sure that brow line, where's that eyebrow right there? And basically, I'm out. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If it's a full figure, then it's the same idea. You know, where's this jacket? Or where, you know, because we're talking about people with clothes on. So once I sort of go, well, there's sort of my landmarks. Let's do this as little as possible. You know, here's the sleeve. Block out hands. And maybe this is a jacket. Shirt underneath. Maybe they're wearing a tie. And I haven't done anything, but I've got the whole groundwork laid for this guy. Does that make sense? Or girl? Yeah?
Yeah.
And then, okay, a couple of folds. Maybe a pocket. Maybe a pocket here to break the edge. You know, put in my. And then it becomes like, okay, what's the ways? Okay, so this one's got a hat on. So I can emphasize that a little more. And then I can go, okay, I'm just going to put a shadow value under here for the whole top of the head. Shadow value for the nose, mouth, adjust. And I might only do that for this one, and that's enough. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And then I'm going to come in here and punch my lines that I like. You know, that are, you know, describing the light and all that. For some reason, it looks like a jockey or something. You know, and then I'd start building up the feet. But I'm not going to go that much further than this, right? Especially at this size.
Hmm.
Maybe they got a scarf on.
Yeah, I guess I have to try to rewire my brain to like say, okay, this is enough. I don't have to go further.
Yeah, that's really it. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to find your level, you know, how you do that, right? Just like I've found my sort of landmarks and things that I like to play with, or like to sort of rely on a little bit. And you know, a lot of things will present themselves to me. It's not like I'm always relying on some formula. but the thinking is always sort of the same. Like, you know, how much do I actually need? Yeah.
Yeah.
And look, that's just, it takes time to do it, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's taking me more time with drawing.
Because you're thinking drawing, not fast sketching, right?
Yeah, I'm just.
I don't even like the idea of fast, right? Because then everybody gets hung up on that. It's the speed will happen, but what you got to do is start learning how to simplify without sacrificing a lot in the drawing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Give me more of that guy with the hat.
Okay. And
look, the part of the reason, like, you're working all from photography, correct?
Yeah.
That's always not going to be your friend for this kind of work, because it's just sitting there static, and you can sit there and keep looking at it and keep looking at it and keep looking at it and keep looking at it, then open it the next day and look at it some more and draw some more on it and draw some more on it, and then it's just going to drag you down the drawing rabbit hole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm doing it on location, they're not going to sit there like that. They're in motion. I have to throw it down. It forces you to do it, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, if you're only working from photography and not from life, you're not learning how to work from photography. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because once you do this a lot, when you look at photography, you can really work from it pretty easily. Whereas I'd argue most people, students, when I get them in, I don't know, whatever class, and we do like a character thing, or actually 108, where I'm starting to teach them how to move people around and all that stuff out of their head and all that stuff. Then they come in with all their poses, and I go, these are all from photographs. And they always go, how do you know? I'm like, look at them, man. They're stiff. You know, they're clearly, you're just copying a photograph. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
And then the problem with that is when you're doing a job or something, you can't go, hey, I want a cool action pose or whatever, this character, and then you go and find a photo of that exact pose, and then you copy it, and then you kind of try and make it look like your character. That is not going to work. You got to know how to do that stuff based on your basic forms, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's this judgmental dude, Megan?
He was just somebody that was sitting at the, oh shit, hold on. Video. He was just somebody who was sitting at the bar that I was at, but I don't think he was that mean looking in real life. I just made him look that way.
What I'm wondering now, I don't know if this will work or not. And then really, I'm wondering if you could really, like, tilt his head, push his eyes up even more, where you're being sort of like, like, really, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you already captured it. I'm just trying to see if, I just like to play with it.
I like the head tilt though, that helps.
And what I love about that is, like, so we're talking about expression, things like that. It's such subtle stuff sometimes, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But man, now he looks really judgmental.
Very. He looks pissed.
And there's something super fun about the simplicity of all this, right? What were you going to say?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was going to say that I think I did the cafe to character wrong.
Why?
Because I like made this person up. Like I didn't like see somebody and then be like, I'm going to like make a character. So I think I did it wrong.
Look, you can use all that as part of a process. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get you to flex your, I'm trying to get you to kind of open your mind in sync with your drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because I think the reason that this skill set is so important to me, it's a direct line to brain. This is a direct cable to your brain, right? So
Yeah.
if you can get the skill set in sync with your brain, now you're just spilling ideas out of your head onto the paper, right?
Mhm.
Which is
Yeah.
the purest way to me to design, right?
Mhm.
A lot of angry people. I like that type.
This was an off week for me, so maybe that's why. Oh, thinking that's why everyone looks mad.
I love that. Right?
It subconsciously like went into my drawing, I guess.
I love that. You know? And it's so weird because I have to go through old drawings all the time for classes and stuff. And I always run across stuff where I'm just like, I forgot about. But as soon as I see that drawing, it could be 9 years ago. Like there was one I think I showed you guys last week. It was like 11 years ago or something.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I saw that drawing, I go, oh, I remember that day. It was raining. It was this person came in, did that. I remember everything about it. It's super weird.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really, I mean, it does a whole bunch of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are great. That's fun. God, I get such a headache, man. I got to take some ibuprofen.
Mm-hmm.
This is a great one right here.
I liked that one.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I got really burned out this week, so these ones are like, I don't know.
I think we're right about that
Save.
period in the term because I'm hitting a wall a little bit.
Yeah.
And not that I don't like what I'm doing or whatever, but I mean, I just sort of like, I just need 2 days
Mm-hmm.
because I'm super behind on everything because I'm just, so much stuff to do.
Yeah, totally.
And I'm going, I just want to get my tutorials done. Like I got to do a tutorial this week for my traditional media class. And I'm like, I want to go out and paint. I just want to go drive up to Keller Peak right now in the fall because it's really pretty and just go paint for a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then I feel like if I do it, I feel guilty because I'm like, no, you should be doing that tutorial. In my class with acrylic, they're killing it.
Ooh. Acrylic sounds fun.
Which is not easy. Acrylic it's hard.
Acrylic scares me.
I think it scares everybody. I sucked at it, man. When I was doing it in college, I absolutely sucked at it. And it really bothered me because I'm like, I don't get this. Because at the time, acrylic was still a big deal at Art Center and all that.
Yeah.
And everybody's doing this amazing stuff with it. And I'm like, I don't get it, man. I just cannot make it work for me. So it's part of the reason I do it in that, partly in that, we do like 3 or 4 different mediums, but I do it in that one because it's like, I want people to make friends with it and realize that it's a really interesting medium.
Yeah.
Not have the experience I had. Because I hear people, really good, great illustrators who used to use acrylic before they started using digital.
Mm-hmm.
All of them are like, I hate that. I hate acrylic. And I go, I love it. You know what I mean? Where's this at?
This is at the same place that the angry guy was at. It's a tiki bar in downtown Anaheim.
It's open?
Well, they're doing like outside, like they kind of like just put a bunch of tables out on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So, and then you can get to go and like you have to wear a mask when you order and stuff like that. So it's all outdoors.
So what's
Is that
Megan?
the pirate place?
It's
like right next to the Fantasy Cafe, Requiem.
Yes.
Oh my God,
It's
that's
that
the
place,
owners of the White Rabbit, the Speakeasy in the Anaheim Packing House.
Oh, okay, I know what that is.
They were supposed to open like the week, like March 13th week.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So that's cool that they're open.
Yeah, no, we go all the time. It's really fun.
Very Ian Abondo.
Oh, that is the best compliment.
Don't you think?
I think, yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, look at this guy. That's totally Ian Abondo. This guy, really nice too that you're actually doing poses, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The thing, this is a great one right here. This is a great one. This is a great one. I love the sort of graphic quality of them.
I've figured out that when I use like a heavier pencil, it gives me like with the lines, it helps for kind of that looseness I have found, if
Yeah,
that makes
whatever
sense.
works for you.
Yeah.
It means you're just finding the tools that work for you. That's great.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Questions?
I don't think so. So then, okay, wait. So then should I do more Cafe de Character?
Well, yeah, because you got to land on one.
Okay.
And look, that thing could be anything. It could be like I'm probably in here. I'm not sure. It might be in this class. Anyway, there's some stuff that people have been hitting where it's sort of like there's subtle things. I think it is in this class. I don't know which class it was in. Where they're hitting certain things and I go, this guy looks like a football coach, or this guy, they're kind of subtle. They're not like, and they're not even aiming for that, but they're getting these subtle things where you go, oh, that guy could totally be. And the thing I love about that is it's not that big handled stuff that you see all the time. And look, they do use big handled stuff in movies and all that stuff. Like, like in, I think it was Zootopia, when they go to the yoga place or whatever, and it's Chong's voice and he looks all super hippied out and stuff and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do use big handles. I'm not saying they don't, but then you look at somebody like, or some, and some of the stuff like Pixar does and stuff, I don't think it always is. I think there's a lot of times there's some subtlety there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that adds a lot of nuance and a lot of depth to things when you're getting a little more, again, I'm not knocking this because again, it's usually students who are new to character design and all that stuff, but they just hit every cliche. You know what I mean? Yeah. I just saw one again, and I'm like, okay, this is a student that's been there a long time. It's like, how are you still drawing this crap? How are you still drawing this like childish? It's a bunch of guys with big battle axes and stuff, and they're held like this. It's what drove me crazy. It's the axe, right?
Yeah.
I was complaining about this week. Hopefully it wasn't in here last week. But if you're holding an axe, like a big battle axe, right? It's going to be like that.
Yeah.
Right? They're holding it like this.
Oh.
Like nobody holds anything like that.
Just a weird pose.
How do you
Samurai battle axe.
How do you do that? I mean, how do you make that mistake? And I can tell you how. Number one, like some of this stuff, it's been so long since I started it. I understand I probably made the same stupid mistakes. Okay. But what bothers me is like, okay, so that means, and I told this person 300 times, I go, did you pose that pose out? And the reason I ask that is because it's like, clearly you didn't, right? If I get up and I stand up and I go, how would you stand? And it's not just this hand. What is this hand going to do?
Yeah.
Then if you don't do that, then you get up and you do this. With this hand like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just standing there with it. And this, it's like, no, what would this arm do?
Yeah.
Is there going to be any tilt to the head? Is he looking down up at me angrily? Is it, what can you do to push it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when there's no thought in it, that's what bothers me. Because then I go, oh, you don't care about this. You care about video games and Marvel movies and cheesy science fiction and cheesy fantasy crap. You don't actually care about drawing or art or any of the parts of it. It's a thing that I keep thinking about over and over again, is how much it's changed, because like nobody really knew what entertainment design was when I was a kid. So you just got all the nerdy dorkos who like to draw and stuff. You know what I mean? And then why you got a glimpse of something, you go, wow, that's, but you never put it together. So you were purely just coming at it from, you just love making drawings and whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you found an avenue for it. Then you got, something triggered it, or you saw it on Wonderful World of Disney where they're showing them do it at a theme park or something. And you go, those guys draw for a living. And that's all you thought about. Like, oh, they draw for a living. You know what I mean? Not like, I want to make theme parks. You go, oh, they draw for a living. That's cool. Oh, and they make theme parks. And then that's also cool, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's been a fundamental shift now where, and I'm not talking about everybody, obviously, but I think there's a big chunk of people now, because entertainment it's this coming out of all this video game and all this entertainment culture and all this stuff, where they go, I want to do that, but they don't care about the art part of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They see the art part as an obstacle. Oh, you got to
Mhm.
learn how to draw. And if you don't really love to draw, you're probably not going to ever get great at it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, totally.
I'd argue that there's a certain amount of anything you want to do that requires obsession,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah, I agree.
And I think I told you guys, I was talking to Frank about it because I've always believed this too. I'm totally OCD, okay? Had a huge problem with it when I was younger, okay? Because in the 70s, nobody knew what the hell. No, I never even heard the term OCD. Nobody talked about any of that stuff, okay?
Yeah.
You were just some weirdo kid that was doing all this weird stuff. You know what I mean? Now I look at it as a superpower. You know what I mean? Because I can just stay fixated and focused on this thing all the time. You know, I never get sick of it, ever. You know,
That's kind of cool.
I think it is. You know, it makes me not very good at relationships, probably. I'm okay at it, I think. A little bit of proportion here, yeah.
Yeah.
And also, okay, so the thing with you is you kind of have style. What are you laughing
Uh-huh.
at?
That's just a freaky way to start a sentence. You never know what's going
Is
to
it?
come after that. The thing
Oh,
with
yeah.
you
The
is.
thing with you is,
But what is the thing?
okay, so you already have sort of a graphic language that's your style, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm not really interested in changing any of that, okay? I'm interested in forming it, that's it, okay?
Okay.
So there's certain things in here that I'm just going, I mean, this is great. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, can we do things to it? Yeah, we could probably put a little bit of darker value before it turns there. Give it a little more shine. Maybe put a stray hair. You know, loosen it up a little. But at the same time, I go, or not. Because it's working either or. It's working either way.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm ever trying to do is just give you suggestions. Like, here's some other avenues you could take if you want. Okay?
Yeah.
But this one's a proportional thing. We're also going to get, so that leg's probably a little longer. And then I'm going to get my little gather fold right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I might get that one that cuts across the knee.
Hey, Mike, quick question on proportions of the legs while we're on it.
What is it, Mike Bourbon?
Hey, man, I just want some answers. So I know like the upper arm is like as long as the rib cage. Is there like a quick way to do that for the upper part of the leg? Just a quick way to think about that.
To be honest with you, I usually just kind of eyeball it based on the rest of the body. Does that make sense?
Yeah. There's no like quick mental shortcut. That's cool. That's all I want
Not
to
to
know.
me. I'm sure you could look one up. I hadn't thought about it. I usually just sort of see the problem is that sometimes they'll go, okay, the upper part of the leg is the same distance as, I don't know, the forearm from here to here or something. Then I go, okay, so what am I going to do? Start going, you know. Now you could kind of eyeball it if it gives you a ballpark, but my ballpark is probably going to be, where's the end of this knee in relation to that hand?
Right. Yeah, it's more just like, anyway, I don't want to take too much time away from Megan's
No, it's fine.
sheet, but
No. I want people asking questions on everybody's stuff. Does that make sense?
mhm.
Now, no, it's not just about yours. I want you asking questions on this because it's bringing up something that you're curious about.
I'm just trying to get my eyeballs working properly so I can.
What I'm
eyeball
trying
it.
to get your eyeballs to be are measuring devices, right?
Right.
But sort of in the moment, okay?
Yeah.
And just really fine-tuned, like really fine-tuned, measuring devices, right? And then within that, you become comes freedom. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that does. That does.
Okay, so you're gonna have a probably a pocket there, and then probably a pull fold right there.
Okay.
Or somewhere in there, and and if you want to put in the seam or whatever. And see, it just gives it a little more graphic information.
Mm-hmm.
A little more interesting. And it also describes things, okay? Now this hair, see how you're doing this line this way?
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably argue that and again, this is starting to get into, I'd probably have that follow the back of that form up.
Yeah.
Right? A little dark there for whatever, for hair tie. This girl's looking forlornly. I like this one. I like this position of the arm.
Yeah, she had like, again, she wasn't probably as angry in real life, but she had like her, like almost like she was stretching or something.
Oh, okay.
Like arms out on the table.
This phone thing drives me up the wall.
Of everyone holding their phones.
Yeah, it's just like, and I get it. I do it too. Like if you got a couple seconds, you're just reading an article or something. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I don't do it too. Love this one, man. Love this one. Love this one. Love this one. Love that one. Have you got a website?
I have like an online portfolio that I need to update.
I really encourage, like, I showed you guys Jackie's stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
She has a good website. And one of the main things, and I talked to her about this, like, you have to put up a sketchbook section in your website. It's such a strength. You know what I mean? And and it's such a strength. And I argue, man, you guys probably know this. If I go to somebody's sketchbook or a website, the first thing I'm going, if they have a sketchbook section, that's exactly where I'm going right away.
Yeah.
That's not just me, right?
Yeah, no, those are the best parts, I feel.
Right. And then when I go in, I see all the digital stuff. I go, okay, whatever. It looks like everybody else's digital stuff, whatever. I know how that's done. It's not that impressive to me. Who cares? And I'm not saying that it's not great. Okay. I'm not saying it's not great. But it just doesn't do it for me for some reason. But when I see the sketches, because I see the sketches and I go, ooh, you do have some serious skill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And these are interesting. And these are a window into your world, which I think is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I like people's sketches too, because I feel like they're very personal.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They're fun to look at.
Yeah, they're fun to look at, and they're like, sometimes you see something, like I see things all the time where you go, might be just a drawing of a place, you know, and you go, and it looks amazing and whatever, you know, might be Paris or something, but you don't know that yet, and you're just looking at it going, where's that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's cool, man. And then you go, wow, they were like in Paris, and then they were in Norway. Like, what's the deal with this person? You know, it's interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's also interesting to me because I had, I don't know if I said this before, but I had a girl who's my intern, and then I hired her. Then I taught her how to sketch. Then she went across the world to like 23 countries, right?
Oh, wow.
And I held her job for her. And I just taught her how to sketch, right? And I go, you got to take a sketchbook and you got to sketch everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be a sketchbook that'll be a family heirloom. You know what I mean? And she did. And it was so cool because she didn't know how to do that. I started taking her after work. I go, let's go down to the barbecue place and we'll sketch down there. And it was funny because she very, she was funny. She was very fashionista, very weirdly Valley girl.
Huh.
Right? Even though she's not from the Valley. She had like a super heavy Valley girl kind of thing. But she was cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Super hip young woman. And like I was taking her all these places, and I wasn't thinking about like what I think of as normal, right? That probably other people don't. So I think we were sitting on the curb in the center divider of the road or something. In this it was Imperial. It's all this traffic and everything. We're sitting in there, and to me, it's normal. And then later on, I never thought about it. And later on, she was like telling somebody about it, and I overheard it. And she was just talking about just how I was taking her all these weird places and doing all these weird things. And I'm going, but that's where you get a good view, right there.
Yeah.
And she just took it up like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then She goes, I want to do a travel, so then she moved on. Now she's on the Barbie team over at Mattel, but
Oh, that's cool.
and she's perfect for that. She's just such a fashiony, hip young person. But when she goes, I want to do a travel blog thing, and I go, okay, whatever. I go, if you're gonna do a travel blog thing, because and I didn't realize this at the time, but there's all these young people who go, I do a travel blog, it's like on Instagram or whatever. And it's not a travel blog. It's like, somehow I have enough money to travel around, which I find totally uninteresting. Unless it's like for your work or something. And they go, here's me in an outfit in front of the Eiffel Tower. Here's me in an outfit in front of the Louvre. Here's me in an outfit in front of the Taj Mahal. Here's me in an outfit. It's like, that's not a travel blog. That's a narcissistic, obnoxious vanity project. You know what I mean? And I don't get it at all. Okay, now maybe it's just age. Maybe it's my age. But anyway, so that's what she did. And I go, look, you have a unique thing. I go, the only way that doing a travel blog is interesting is if you show me something unique, right? And I go, you can sketch, So anyway, she called it Inspiration Inc. or Travel Inc., but INK. I forgot what she called it. But then it turned into that. It was just her in an outfit in front. And it's like, okay, I get it. You married a guy. He's got a bunch of money. So you guys have enough money to travel. Not interesting. And you just show me all these places with you in an outfit. Why is this interesting? Here's you in a bikini. Here's you in an outfit. Here's you in front of this. Here's you in front. I don't care.
Yeah.
And you have the ability. And once in a while, she'll throw a sketch up or whatever. And I go, this should have been all about that. You're this hip young girl. Sure, that's cool. With a fashion sense and everything. That's cool. Going to interesting places. That's cool. But you can sketch them. And then whatever grows out of that could become a very unique, interesting thing. And you're on the Barbie team over at Mattel. I mean, there's a bunch of interesting stories there for her. But she chose the one that everybody else did. And I just go, I don't get it. Like, why would you have all these abilities? I also don't understand why you just want to make a travel blog. I don't understand that either. I understand things that you just kind of stumble into and go, hey, this is kind of fun. I think I'm gonna do a thing on this. Now somebody did a travel blog that was like, hey man, I found this little jazz club in a cellar in this place way outside of Paris. And man, it's an amazing little space. Like, tell me about that. You know what I mean? And then go do sketches in there of all the jazz musicians and stuff like that. That would be badass. You know what I mean? Like, you could do that, whatever your take on it is, And I'm not saying go do something just to do it, but there is something fun about having some sort of narrative thread or some subject matter that you're sort of exploring. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And when you have the sketching, and then like, let's say you go on, you have some career and everything, you're doing all this stuff. You go work for whoever, like a Disney, whoever, whatever it is you want to do. And then now you have a platform where people instantly go, oh, she works for, and then you go, yeah, and I'm doing this thing like Ian Bondo does. Okay. Well, that's like one of the most interesting Instagram things I look at, because his sketches are so cool, Yeah. He's a story guy at Disney, and that's cool too. But that gives him a platform of visibility, and then he just likes doing that. So why shouldn't he put out in the world and show everybody? And it's fun, We're all along for the ride then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
But it's just, there's too much of the sameness of everybody doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Like fan art. Okay. Do your own thing is what I'm saying. Who's this right here?
Like up in the corner?
Yeah.
She was just a lady in line at a coffee shop.
It's very specific. Does that make sense?
Like her?
Yeah,
like
it's interesting. Every now and then people hit sketches in their sketchbook where it feels like it's a certain person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
Like sometimes I'm drawing stuff and I feel like I'm just kind of playing around, but every now and then you hit something, you go, that's them. And it's not just a likeness thing. It's like, it just feels specific. Adolphe Menzel's stuff is all like that. All feels very specific.
Yeah.
Now his is pretty likeness spot on and all that, but there's still another layer to it that makes it feel like that. Yeah, you got this sort of graphic thing going on. You got to get your best stuff. Start curating your best stuff, putting it aside, arranging it, and throwing it on your website or something. I think it's a
Okay.
big deal. I just think it's a big deal.
Having a
And
website?
I know from experience that usually when you're talking art, or me, when I was hiring, or interviewing people or hiring people, if they had a sketchbook, man, I was all over that. I'm like, let me see it. You know, if they were cool, man, that got you like, it's like a free 50 points. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Because you immediately go, this person can knock stuff out. Actually, Shakay, I told you guys about Shakay, right?
I don't know.
Okay, so Shakay worked for me at Disney. She was unbelievable. Okay, unbelievable. She had worked on, she was up for an Annie at one point. You know what an Annie is, right?
No.
And it was so weird. And I never told you guys. But anyway, when I got there to Disney, they give you the lowdown on the team. Okay, my boss was giving me a lowdown team. He was a VP of design. I was director of design, right? Hey, so-and-so's really good at this. Blah, blah, blah. And then he got to Shakay, and he basically hinted like, you should get rid of this person. And I go, I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? I go, I'm not going to do that until I know myself. Because I take that serious. That's upturning somebody's life, and I'm not going to do that unless there's
totally.
And so anyway, and we had 2 problem projects, and that he gave me, and he goes, these are beneath your position, but you got to go prove yourself to the team. So I'm going to give you these 2 jobs to get done, just to prove to the team, because it was a monster talented team. I had to prove myself to them, or they were never going to follow me. Right? It was the right move. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I go, I'll work on them with Shakay. Yeah. I'll work on them with Shakay, and it's funny because she told me later, because this, by the way, is a good lesson. Like, remember that other people don't know your sense of humor. Mm-hmm. Right? So I was the new guy there, I'm the boss. So what's everybody thinking? I'm going to can people. That's what they think. Right?
Yeah.
So I came out and I go, hey, Shakay, I got these 2 problem projects. She doesn't know who I am. I'm just her new boss is all she knows. And I go, and we're going to finish them by Thursday or I'm going to kill you. Right? And it was super deadpan. And she told me later, because we became friends, I thought you were the biggest asshole ever when you got here, But anyway, she just contacted me. But anyway, she was absolutely phenomenal. Like her sketching and everything, her ideas, her everything. And it was like, then I went back to my boss. I go, there is no way I'm canning her. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I go, she is phenomenal. I go, the problem is you. You know what I mean? I go, you have not, and I was right. I go, you have not utilized her correctly or managed her correctly.
Yeah. And
she was really overtly shy. Mm. She would really sort of pull inward and giggle and stuff. So, and the reason I always bring her up is perception. Yeah. Because I pulled her aside at some point, and she just sent me a message on LinkedIn like day before yesterday. So I am actually going to try and see if I can get her to come in and talk, because she's over at Warner Brothers right now as a character designer. She's been Disney's character designer. She's been on Samurai Jack. She's been on Powerpuff Girls. She's been on like all kinds of stuff. And nicest person in the world. And so I'm going to see if I can get her to talk. So this is all between us, this stuff. But I pulled aside one time and I go, and this is at the Disney stores, right? With this whole building, it was a huge building, really cool building, real huge building with just monster talented people all over the place. And I pulled her aside one time. I go, do you know you're better than 98% of the people in this building? I go, but the perception, it's all perception. I go, and the perception is, I go, you got to start owning it. You got to start being confident. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I go, and if you just not your personality, do what I did, fake it. You know what I mean? Just take on an acting role, because that's what I did. Mm-hmm. Eventually you do get confidence, but at first you're just like, I'm gonna fake it. It's an acting role. I'm just gonna, and it was kind of fun. It made it a game. You know what I mean? I did that when I was like 16, right?
Yeah.
Go in and act like you think you're the greatest thing ever at the party, and it's just a big act. But anyway, that kind of thing. Anyway, she just sent me I haven't talked to her in a long time. And she said something in it. She goes, you were always really encouraging of my work, right? Mm-hmm. Which is crazy to me, because it's like, why wouldn't you be encouraging? You were monster talented. You know what I mean? But that to me goes back to that sort of confidence thing. It's like, you're monster talented. Like, you're crazy monster talented. Own it. You know what I mean? Own it. Like when you start getting really good, or when you do a drawing that's really great or something, own it. You know what I mean? Just like we're saying right now, when I go, that's pretty Ian Abando. You know it's pretty Inabondo.
Yeah.
Okay, so own it, right?
Okay.
Now, don't go the other way that I get students. I had a guy in this class, drew horribly, couldn't life draw to save his life. Looked like a second grader did it. I'm not exaggerating. And we're all talking in classes before we went to COVID. I don't know how long ago it was. And I was talking to the students. I go, hey, you got, life drawing. You got to take life drawing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lifelong pursuit. You got to do it the rest of your life, chase it the rest of your life, blah, blah, blah. It's just something you always got to do. Then he goes, I took life drawing. And I go, okay, good. And he goes, I got that. Like, he actually said that. And I'm like, I don't think Da Vinci would have said that. I don't think Michelangelo would have said that. I don't think 99.9% of artists who are actually serious would say that.
Yeah.
Even the people who are masters at life drawing and all that, even they're probably going to go, not there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
It's
life
just
drawing's
such a weird-
hard too.
Huh?
Life drawing's hard, so that would be like a weird thing to just say, "Oh, I know, like I got that."
Yeah,
Of
especially
all
when you're,
like things.
especially when you're terrible. I mean, he was terrible, and I was just like, I don't even. So that's the other side of the coin. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
Yeah.
you got to always gauge yourself. Everybody in here, you got to gauge yourself. You got to go out. This is why you got to go out and see work in person.
Mm-hmm.
And because the Steven Silver show at Fullerton to me was a great example of that. I mean, I've seen his stuff a million times online and in books and all that stuff. But when you go in and you saw those drawings, boy, on paper, right in front of you, the real thing, you were like, holy smokes, is this dude good? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you
No,
go,
he's awesome.
and then, huh?
He's awesome.
Yeah, he is awesome. But what's great, and do that as much as you can, right? Everywhere you can, in all sorts of genres. And because what you want to do is go, feeling pretty good about myself. I think I'm getting pretty good. Then you go in and you see that and you go, God, man, you know what I mean? But then you go, okay, I'm going to get better than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you just you got to keep some perspective on where you're at in your skill set. You know what I mean? And at some point, you'll start looking at things and going, okay, I'm hitting that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I want to go better. And so I don't care what you look at. You want to be better. Okay? You always want to be better.
Yeah, 100%.
My hands are still, I thought my hand was shaking because I'm drinking so much coffee. But it's important professionally that you know where you sit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I see people and they go, hey, I'm going to go to wherever they go, Comic-Con or something for a portfolio review. And I'm just looking at their portfolio going, you are nowhere near showing this to some it's just nowhere near a professional portfolio at all.
Yeah.
And there's something, I'm not saying that everybody's portfolio should be at this. That's why you go talk to these people. So they'll look at your work and go, you need to work on this and that. But, I think you got to be at some stage of development that you're not just like that guy that I just talked about.
Yeah.
Because then they're going to look at your work and just go, and I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but probably a lot of those people are pretty straightforward, I would think. Not mean, but straightforward, where they're like, man, you're nowhere. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And also, some of those people, I'd argue, like that particular person, it's like, I don't think it's ever going to happen. You know what I mean? I don't.
Yeah.
And then I go, and then the next thing is, maybe it's not going to happen because this isn't your thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're just half-assing it, which he was, he's not finishing anything. He's not out doing it. I go, you're not passionate about this. Otherwise, why would I have to force you to draw?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to force anybody to draw. You should just love doing it, right?
Yeah,
or making
totally.
stuff, or drawing, or design, or painting, or whatever it is you like. Anyway, where's Ryan? You here? There he is.
Yep.
Proportion here.
Oh yeah, I totally messed up that page.
Yeah. Mileage, man.
It's had like a
right?
rough week.
I know I've had a really rough week too, man. I don't know what it is about this week, but this one's interesting.
Yeah.
This one's pretty interesting. Now here,
like
we gotta get a little more. So here, it's probably too much this white, too heavy, right?
Yeah.
And then you want to make sure that you're sort of being a little more descriptive on this hair, right?
Yeah.
Same thing down here. I always think about how I'm going to end this mustache. Like mine's trimmed off right here. You know, does it hang over the lip a little bit? Is it a little rattier? Is it, you know, how is it? You know what I mean? Round this off a little bit. You know, and then once I get this going, then I can flip to a little bit of this highlight, but how much of it is there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And is there any specularity? Maybe a little. See, when you go in with that paint marker right away, you're telling me everything has specularity, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, where's this one at? Oh, boating. Where's that?
It's a cafe in Anaheim.
This is a good one right here.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. That
It's
was
a
like
nice
my only good drawing
balance.
this
I
week.
like the way you put the room in it, but not too much. Yeah, that's good. That's a nice little vignette. Again, watch the proportions. I think these legs are probably a little longer.
Yeah, I saw that after I took the photo. Sometimes in the photo, like the proportions like seem regular in the photo, and then you draw
Okay,
it.
so
You're
the
like,
thing
okay.
with photos that's good, it's another filter. We probably talked about this. Anything that helps you see it with fresh eyes is going to help. And just for some reason, taking a photo. I'm doing it right now where I'm screwing around with this drawing. And I took a picture of it and I'm like, oh my God, this looks like crap. You know what I mean? Looks okay
Yeah.
when I'm looking at it, but it looks like crap when I take a picture of it. So something's wrong, right?
Yeah.
This is nice. This little lean here is nice. Just finish off this idea of the hair a little bit. Did she have a braid?
No, it was a dude, and he had a braid. Yeah.
And I'd probably put that little tuft down here to end it, even if he didn't have it.
Mm.
Is the top knot craze over? Where the people had the thing on top of their head?
I think so.
Good. I didn't like that.
I actually tried to do that one year. I was like, I couldn't get it long enough.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Makes you look like a dirty hippie.
It really does, for sure.
It does. That's what I always think of. That tells you I've become my dad, by the way. Okay, questions?
I'm just having like issues with just keeping it loose, I guess. I don't know. Like I'm always tight in the beginning, and then
Yeah, well,
Just draw for
everybody. Okay, everybody's tight in the beginning.
a
What is it?
long time.
You're talking about just getting
It's
warmed
just
up, right?
I don't know how loose I should be, you know?
I would err on the side of really loose, because if you come in here with really, really loose stuff, if there's any kind of structuring to be done, I'll help you do that. Yeah?
Mm.
That's why I told you I 90%
Yeah.
of the time, let me find my pencil. 90% of the time, I start my drawing like back here. Right?
Yeah.
Rubber pencil.
I with a pen though. But yeah.
That forces me to be loose because I can't get that tight. I don't have the control.
Mhm.
And I think right now you're learning this stuff. Go for it. Go too loose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm never going to fault you for doing that. How I'm going to grade you guys at the end of this is I'm going to look at your sketchbooks and I want to see that you understood things and that you tried things and that you improved. Yeah?
Yeah. I'll try it out this week.
I used to do a lot more projects in here. Then I realized it actually ate up the pure drawing, sketching thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And usually we're going places and all that kind of stuff and doing things. And I feel like it's really about that. It's really about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, I'll probably go on a little bit to stylizing a little more. And we're doing that with the cafe to character thing, but it just ate up too much sketching time for me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the sketching, if you get that, is this kid right here have like socks with a pattern on them?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got to be careful because it looks like hairy legs.
Yeah.
So when you're doing this, make sure, like if this is a pattern, like number one, what color were the socks?
Black
Oh, they were black. Okay,
with
I
like
might have
polka
made them
dots.
white. So I
Yeah.
might have come in here and just made them white. You know, give them some sort of an in so I know they're socks. And they could be black, that's fine. I don't know why I'm going to white. And then make sure that this pattern, whatever it is, even if I have to change it, you know, I might go, oops. I might go, it's little hearts, let's say. I'm going to make a big statement with it, a big enough statement with it where you clearly know these are socks with a pattern on it. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Whatever it is. And it could be whatever pattern you want. It could be the pattern that's on there and I just make it bigger so it's readable. But I got to make sure that I'm clearly communicating what I'm trying to communicate. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, and then these, when you have this kind of thing, what does this say? Huge head what?
Oops.
Oh. When you have a pattern like this, that what is that doing? What is that? What's the freebie there?
It's like a contour to show
It's
the form.
telling the viewer exactly what that surface form is doing.
Yeah.
So then I'm going to make sure that I come in here, and I'd probably use the side of my pencil and make like a fat line and follow it up. And then I'd come in and highlight out the parts where it's just getting a little bit of light on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Like right here on the knee. It looks like he started to do it actually. You know, here, then I might come in and hang on. Knock it down a little bit. Like it's catching a little bit of light. I don't want too much, but a little bit. And that'll really describe a lot of the surface form for me very easily so I don't have to do as much work.
Hmm.
Right? Yeah?
Yeah.
You know, and like this guy looks a little like the lines were sort of drawn like that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where I think, hang on. No, it's way too light, but oh well. Good enough. When you throw that down, like you might just want to go, and there's the overall shape of the head. There's that cheek mass. You know, maybe give yourself that, maybe that, just for, sometimes I just block this out. Like I landmark everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then I go in and start, you know, the next wave of shapes, which is going to be all this. But see how loose I'm starting it?
Yeah.
And then it's just, I keep it nice and light. Same thing, just map out the hair. So the peak of the hair is going to be right here because that's where my, what do you call it? My axis is to the center of the face, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It's got a little bit of a double chin. You know, and then I'm going to give myself some tone in here. Then I'm going to pop my eyes in there. Indicate that. But I'm keeping it really loose. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And part of the reason I'm doing it the loose and the light of it is because I need to keep adjusting. I'm not going to throw it down exactly right 99% of the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to be erasing. I want to just be adjusting my lines, and then I punch them, and all those other ones just sort of fall back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I missed my brow line here. See, I got to get that back. probably a little bit of a thing under there. So on and so forth, right? Does he have a ball on his nose? I always look for that. If I get that, that's a freebie to me. Why is it a freebie? It gives me some just indication of structure, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that looks great. Yeah.
You guys overall as a class, though, are pretty consistent. Where's Mike Burbage?
Right here. Right. There we go.
Where are you at now?
Oh, I'm in some kind of flying carrier thing or something. I don't know.
You don't even know where you're at?
No, I just woke up here.
Oh, another bender?
Something like that, yeah.
That's what I thought.
I'll figure it out later.
This is actually not a class, it's an intervention.
Need to sketch to get better.
Okay, so am I looking at these chronologically?
Yes.
Because they're going from here to there, which is a big change. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of all over the map yesterday with it.
Yesterday? You should have been doing this all week.
Yeah, I was. It's complicated when you work full time. But I took the day off yesterday to sketch. So you should.
Ooh, this is a good one right here. Yeah?
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
This a good one?
Yeah, I was having trouble. Some proportion stuff and also line stuff. I actually had a question like that. I feel like I'm starting to get a little bit, my lines are getting pretty hairy and loose and sloppy. Like I've gone looser, which is good, but then like now I don't know if I was just having like low line confidence that day or something or what.
That's a syndrome, by the way. Yeah.
How do you fix that?
Okay. So what I like.
Yeah, you tell me. You lead the way here.
Okay, so what I like is, I feel like when with this, and I do it with design. I feel like when you're doing this, it's kind of like we we're just talking to Ryan about. It's like push yourself way out there with the looseness, right? You know, because most everybody's already gone the other way where they're doing a little too stiff and all that, right? Then you go way over the other end of the spectrum, because ideally we're going to end up somewhere, putting those two things together. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I would err on the side of like going too loose is actually not a bad thing.
Okay.
So like when you hit it like here, that's a pretty nice drawing, correct?
Yeah, I like the way that came out.
Okay, so now how do we corral both of these things, right? So we go, I start clarifying and I go, okay, so where's the light at here?
In real time, it was, yeah, we can just make it up. It was
Okay.
coming from behind me, but
The light's here.
yeah, that's good.
So from a line perspective, okay, so I'm going to do a couple things here. We got all this nice loose stuff, and I'd argue it's pretty descriptive already, okay? And by the way, when you go into other classes, make sure, because there's certain people that'll try and shove your drawing into this very rigid idea. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And just be aware of it, okay? And I'm also not saying don't follow somebody, somebody else shows you a different way of doing things. That's great. But always keep in mind, like, again, I see a lot of stuff. you know, that people show me, and I go, I don't get it. Like, I had you in this class and everything was really loose and bitchin' and beautiful and your drawings look great. Now all of a sudden they're totally stiff again.
I don't want to go back. I love drawing loosely.
Yeah, so you just
It's
got to
a lot
kind
of
of
fun.
keep a sense of that, because there's certain people who don't really get that. Okay. And I'm not saying sit around and have arguments with them or anything like that. And try their, you know, whatever they're saying or whatever. But I just want it in the back of your mind. It's like, because people will, there's a lot of people who don't know how to sketch like this. And they sketch, you know, like in a real Viscom-y way or whatever. And you're going, okay, everything, I don't want to draw like that all the time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we talk a little bit about some of this Viscom stuff, because in here, like when we're talking about, like when we're doing the planes and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I shift into a Viscom brain when I'm doing that a lot of the time. But I don't want to be locked into that all the time. I want to have both. Okay. So
like
if you go in,
capturing
like that background you have right there, if I was going to draw that for like a project or a job or whatever, I'd probably jump into my Viscom brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very mechanical. I'm going to jump into that, but I want you to have that, you know. And then there's certain people, and then there's also certain people, because everybody has teachers like this, where they have the it's my way or the highway thing, and this is the only way to do it, which is the biggest crock of crap. I mean, there's so many ways to do this, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a billion ways to do this. You're going to learn a bunch of stuff from different people, really great stuff. You'll incorporate it into it. Just have an open mind, but always remember like this idea of looseness, because I hate it when I see people really doing a good job in here. Then I see them 2 terms later and I'm like, I don't get what happened. You know what I mean? Okay, so the lights up here, I'm just going to clean up and punch a few of these lines. Maybe there's a seam there. Yeah, I don't want that. And then here, I'll probably clarify this a little bit. And then again, I'm going to put a tie right there. And then her hair's probably floating back up to that point, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And then a little, maybe because she's pulling forward, man. So there's probably going to be a pull fold right there, pulling away from her sleeve. Yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
And then probably here, I'm probably going to get a pull fold here. That's a little too much, but you get the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is that all doing, by the way?
It's clarifying the form.
It's clarifying the form, but it's also, look, there's a big arrow all kind of radiating towards that pull.
Yeah.
Which is the main line of action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people are going to go, this is the line of action. And sure, that's a line of action. But to me, the thrust of this drawing is that she's pulling forward, right? Then I'm probably going to get a seam here just so I can put something here. Gather here a little more maybe. Get this foot clarified. So start off with this really simple form and then just build on it. Right?
Mm-hmm. I get to this point where it's like I like it, and then I'm like, I'm afraid to mess with it. Like I'm afraid that I'll
Okay, if you're doing that, if you're worried about that, then get a sheet of this, pop it on top of it, and work over it. I do that all the time. Yeah?
Yeah, I'll try that. I think
okay, so a couple of things here. So the light's going that way, so let's do this. So now, yeah, it's good enough. You know, okay, so I want to ground it. I always want to ground these things. So maybe there's a little cast shadow here.
Right. I didn't do that from last time. You told me about that.
I'm gonna punch this line a little harder where the foot hits the ground, because it's like an occlusion shadow, like that line.
Mm-hmm.
Basically an occlusion shadow where 2 things meet and go a little darker. And then where was she? What was she doing? What was she grabbing?
She was actually getting ice out of some kind of ice box. So she was bending down to get the ice.
So I'm going to put context. Things usually have a little handle and they lift up. And now we got context, right?
Yeah.
You know, and if I need a little more, I might say, I'd look for a little sign maybe that says something. If there's a sign on it, literally says ice, great. And if there's something on it that says, ice machine must be stored at blah, 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 you know, just anything tells the viewer like, oh, it's an ice thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like any little thing I can think of, you know, like I might put something up here because usually like my girlfriend's restaurant, there's stuff on top of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There might be a, you know, who knows what. I'll look for something. Could be a box. And the box might be like something that speaks to the back of a restaurant too, you know, like some kind of food thing or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's really all I need. Because really, to be honest, I mean, I don't know how important. Wait, and then there's this wraps around, this apron probably wraps around.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where it would land on the other side, but it probably does like that. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Probably maybe a little fold there just to make it a little more interesting. And then maybe a little of this. And even this maybe, because this could be white.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast.
Now, it's not quite as loosey-goosey. It's a little tighter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's as tight as I'd want to go with it.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
You know, or and if I want to make the lighting more dramatic, then I could probably come back here, which I probably wouldn't. You know, I could say this is, you know, the other side. So this stuff could all get a little darker. And it gets a little more dramatic with the lighting, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
All this is going to be, then I also might put a tie on here on her apron. Maybe a little pocket right there. I mean, the problem, you know, then at some point you got to go, okay, enough. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't want to overwork it either.
Yeah,
right?
definitely. I love the simplicity that you're having us go for. It's really something I want to get more. That's why I'm like, oh, my line's too hairy, because it's like I'll do a line and I won't like it, and I'll try to do it again and again and again, or I'll do like a complex shape and I'm like, I don't feel like I can do it in one stroke or two strokes. So I'm like,
sometimes you can't. But what I'm trying to do probably, I mean, I can start as loose as I want. As long as I'm getting those basic ideas in there, I can always go in and tighten it up. You know
so what you're saying is do what you need to do to capture the ideas as best as possible. And then, like, it doesn't matter how sloppy or loose it is. I mean, sloppy is not what we're going for. We're going for something focused, but like, and then come back around and clarify it once you capture.
Yeah. I always say it's like, okay, this is what it is to me. You pick up a camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go, wow, this is an interesting thing to take a picture of. You pick up the camera and it's out of focus, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you dial in the focus.
Right.
That's what you're doing. You're kind of throwing it down, it's smoke, and then you're solidifying it. You know what I
So
mean?
capture and then clarify.
Yeah, capture and
from-
clarify. That's a great way of saying it. I want to write that down, Mike Burbage.
Don't charge royalties. Go for it.
Huh?
I said I don't charge royalties. Go for it.
No, copyright it, Mike.
I am.
No, other Mike.
How dare you? Who was that just said that?
That was me.
Who?
Megan.
Oh, it was Megan.
Yeah. Just trying to make him some money.
Thanks,
Okay,
Megan.
but I'd argue this is a pretty nice old sketch, right?
Yeah, no, it looks good, and I like what you did with it.
And I didn't do jack crap to it, really. You know what I mean? It was all there.
You added a few things that were very
No, but I
based off of years of
clarified.
experience.
All I
Yeah.
did was I tightened a little and I clarified a little. That's it.
Yeah,
What I
yeah.
really did, to be honest with you, and I've said this in a lot of classes, what I really added there was just experience. I mean, nothing I did was technically hard.
Yeah, I mean, it was very few lines, very few things.
And I'd
it
argue
was-
this one's a good sketch.
Thanks.
Now,
Yeah,
this
I enjoyed
one, I might make, take some liberties and go, again, you're probably going to get a couple of folds pulling that way. Probably make her sleeves rolled up a little. I like this compression fold here. This is probably maybe like, I don't want to get too tight here. And this again, the flow over hair is really going to pull back to this point right there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right.
Then I'm going over these scratchy lines and I'm starting to clean them up a little bit. Then this I want to clarify. I'm going to put that seam in her pants. Why? Because I want some information inside there so it's not just a blank flat shape, correct?
Yeah.
And this is her apron sort of bulging out a little at the top, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Now this arm should probably be a little longer, but I'm not going to worry too much about that.
Yeah, I really struggle with extremity proportions.
Yeah,
especially when they're pointing out away from the body. Like once they get away from the torso, I sort of get lost.
Yeah, right. You gotta really find that, sort of triangulate where that's landing, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's more just like, I mean, I guess from sight, but her arms were like always moving, so I think it's just like basic proportion knowledge, like how long.
Another
is the
thing I'll
arm.
do, by the way, if they're moving around a lot, but they're sort of going, because she's at this machine, right? So then
It
I
was
go,
very busy, and she was working very hard.
yeah, so I'll go, where does this hand fall in relation to this? And oh, it keeps falling right about there. And I'll drop the hand in. Then I might reverse engineer backwards. I just use also, I mean, anything I can use, I use. And here I might go, well, it's a machine of some kind. Maybe I'll go, there's some lights on it. Because then I got an excuse to sort of light her up a little bit. Right?
Right.
And I'm BSing a little bit. And this, I could even give it like a little Prismacolor. So it's clearly white. And then I can hit this with some heavier lights where it's lighting up a little more. Maybe on her hair a little bit, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
But when you get them like this where the proportion's really good, it's really easy. But whenever they're doing a posture like that, the thing I always say is like, okay, the ice machine, whatever it was she was using, or the, whatever you call this, barista stuff, that's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? So, if I get that position of her pulling the ice out or whatever, I can drop the ice machine in whenever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere. So I don't really concentrate. I might just kind of throw something in so I have an idea of where her hand's landing in relation to that machine. But I'm not going to go in and draw the machine. I'm usually going to try and get everything I can get with the person and then I'm gonna drop in, and I consider that just context.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good.
So what you're trying to do here, and the reason they called, we're not doing straight up Viscom, but some of what we're doing is also Viscom. The reason they call it Viscom is visual communication, right? And Viscom is a style. And I'm okay. So the thing I loved about Viscom was there's a lot of great things to learn in there. I love that style and everything. I just don't want to always draw like that. It's sort of a non-style, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? It's not really designed. Like I've talked to people all over the years, and they go, "Oh, that art center style." And I go, "What art center style are you talking about?" And they start showing me trans stuff, industrial design stuff, and I go, "It's not style. That's Viscom. It's not actually supposed to have a bunch of style. It's actually designed to be hyper communicative."
Right, exactly.
Express ideas very clearly. Things like toasters, things like planes, things like cars, things like, industrial products, right? And it always irritates me when they do that. And I go, that's not an art center style. That's Viscom. I mean, yeah, art center's the best at it, but if you go to RISD, you'll see the same thing. If you go to Center for Creative Studies in Detroit, you'll see the same thing, right? If you go to just about any program with an industrial design program, you're gonna see that style. You know what I mean? It's not a style; it's a descriptive language. Okay, but what I'm taking out of that into here is the idea of being descriptive and being very clear in your communication, whatever it is. And I'm not saying that always has to be in a Viscom style. When you're working in an illustrative style, whatever you want to call it, that making sure that stuff is all working from a communication level. Does that make sense? If you're not communicating, you're failing, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, both are communicating. One's communicating for different purposes.
Yeah. Like when I'm in my sketchbook, I feel like I'm just communicating self-expression and things like that. You know what I mean? Or sometimes they're not for anybody. I'm just screwing around and nobody's going to see it. And who cares? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where are these at?
Same place, the coffee shop.
Now, again, it looks like she's wiping down a counter or something, right?
Yeah. I kind of made that up because,
then give me this little bit of the counter. Right?
Yeah, she's in fact.
And then maybe give me, a cup or something. And maybe something over here, and she's wiping it down.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I'll do things like, oops. I can do this with the side of my pencil or whatever. Let's get rid of her a little bit. Oops. Did I put that on the same layer? No, I didn't. Or did I? No, I didn't. Okay. Hang on. I might just put some tone down. God damn it. That's really irritating. Okay. Okay, something's happening here. Hang on.
I think what happened was I was getting so into trying to capture things that I didn't slow down and finish things. I just wanted to capture something else as soon as I.
For some reason, this is not letting me draw on here. It's weird. Oh wait, maybe it's just this. Oh, that's why.
Yeah. Coloring with paper.
No, I was on eraser.
Oh yeah.
And I'm still on eraser. That's cool. There, finally. All right. So I might put some tone down. And then I've got a couple things. Now I could come in with my eraser and I could go pull out a little bit of reflection here into the table, right?
Mm-hmm.
For no other reason other than just gives me some stuff to do. I could pull a little out here. I could have her apron. You know, this would actually reflect into here. I'm not going to be specific about it, but I could have, and just give a little bit of reflection on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
And then maybe this has one of those chrome side things. So it'll get a little shine on the side of the table. Usually have a line through and stuff like that. And then maybe I'll see a little of the thing underneath it. So I'm just trying to give it, again, a little bit of context. I also might come in here and go, I'm going to put a little liquid in here. And then I can go a little bit of shine on the glass. Straw, oops. Straw going into the glass. And maybe a little bit of the reflective stuff down on the bottom since it's a glass.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then a little bit of this down here. That's a little too much, but you get the point. You know, and then it's now there's context, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you give them an action, it's like when somebody's sitting in a chair, you got to put that armrest there in the chair. Otherwise, it's just somebody sitting there floating in this weird position, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And what I usually do when I do it with like somebody in a chair or something, or if they're like sitting on a couch and they got their arm up like this, I want to get that arm up there, and I'm immediately going to put the top of the couch up there, and maybe the line where the cushions hit the thing, and just go, okay, there's my proportion for that. I got to work within that proportion, right? That way, at least I'm just placing it correctly. I can throw the rest of the couch in later.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the armrests and the buttons and the pulls and all that stuff and how it sinks in. All that I can do later. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because the couch ain't going anywhere.
That's right.
What is this guy? Curly hair?
Yeah, he had some curly hair. He's another coffee shop guy.
So again, start finding your language for that kind of thing. And I might not need to clarify, like I like to dense up the curls as it goes away from the light and use that as my, you know, look, I probably don't need to do much more than that, correct?
Yeah, no, that looks good. Yeah, and it adds.
Then clean up this
volume.
line. There's usually a line in this somewhere like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little heavier ear. This is pretty good. It's going to come in sort of like that probably.
Yeah, I think he was wearing a black shirt. Those always throw me off when I'm trying to find the folds. But a lot of it, I think, like you said, just knowing how the folds work, you can just add them later.
Yeah. Like I know, you know, he's pulling a little forward. You know, if you notice, I'll use this a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Might darken up that eye socket a little bit. That her lips feel squirrely to me. Right?
Yeah, no, that's good.
Damn right it's good, Mike Burbage. Damn right. Okay, so same drill, right?
Mm-hmm.
be careful here. We're starting to do this kind of thing where it's really getting blocked out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I was pulling away.
I want you guys experimenting with all these tools and everything. So, I mean, that part of it, I want you just going for it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But here, you know, if you block all that out, you know, then I got an excuse to come in here maybe and just use my white Prisma to sort of clarify a few things. Just, you know, a lot of this. And then same thing here. She's wearing white. And you're starting to do it here. What the hell happened? There it is. She's wearing white. You know, I can pull a couple of little whiter highlights on there.
Part of it was an accident because I grabbed the wrong marker for her face. Because she's wearing a white, this is my daughter, she's wearing a white dress and she has blonde hair. So I was trying to grab the 40% gray, but instead I threw down the 60% gray on her face. And so then I had to like adjust everything else to kind of match it a little bit. But
yeah. Where's my notebook at? Hang on. My notebook's disappeared. Aren't you supposed to keep track of these? Huh?
Mike Burbage stole it.
I knew it. That dirty Mike Burbage.
I may have a small collection of your work on my ship. The goal of that is so that you don't destroy my ship again. Because if you destroy my ship, you would be destroying your own work.
Oh, I don't care. I'll sacrifice my own work.
Even sketchbooks?
To achieve my goal of taking over the world, of course.
All right, I'll have to find some better fodder then.
Okay, that's worrying me. What happened to my notebook? That's what I write everything down in. So I said dinos. What was the other one?
Are you talking about
I want to demo two things, dinos and something else.
the March Field stuff, the planes, I think, right?
I think it was like you showed us this drawing that you did in ink and then you put black watercolor over it and it was like
that's
a
it.
fence with trees. Yeah.
So doing things that look complex with by using watercolor, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how things can get lost in such a tiny space.
I'll beam it back. I'll beam it back to you.
Yeah, you should.
You'll still have to find it in your office.
What's going on here?
Okay, that was fun. So I was drawing the neighbor kids while they were playing, and the one in the middle, the big one, it just did. I was having trouble drawing like boy faces.
Yeah.
And it was really off. And he's like, "Oh, what is that?" Like, and so I told him it was his evil twin. He's like, "Oh, does he have like bat wings?" And the kids all like huddled around me as I was drawing, and we came up with this whole story about like they all had evil twins that were trying to infiltrate the courtyard.
I love doing that.
And so the real version is him running down there. That's what the boy really looks like. That's what he's running. And then my daughters are to the right with the potion. And then Heidi, the younger one, she's the shorter one. Somebody said to give her claws, but she was like getting upset about having claws. So I put popsicles in her hand instead. But yeah, we were having a lot of fun.
We did this outreach thing at some high school. You know, you're sitting at a table or whatever, you know, and I always like to sit there and draw, you know. Anyway, this kid came over and he was probably like 11 or something. And I was drawing a big like robot thing. And he's like, "That's cool." And same thing, came over and he goes, "You should put, you know, guns that do this on them." So I'm like, "Okay, man." And we're like sitting there, you know, and then I think, you know, a couple of kids.
So fun.
Yeah, it's super fun. And then, you know, so, you know, draw this thing or whatever. And then I forgot what he said. He said something. I go, "Well, here, take it." And the kid like practically pissed his pants over it. You know what I mean? And you're like,
Yeah.
that's cool, man. Like he thinks that's cool. You know what I mean? That he gave him it was a big drawing too. It was a pretty big drawing.
If you're into like kids imagination stuff, if you look up kid snippets, those are pretty funny. Adults give kids these prompts and they like role play this story.
Oh no,
and
I
then
don't like kids.
they take the audio of it and then the adults act it out. So
Oh,
it's
that's
like the
kinda
kids' audio. Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting.
It's interesting with kids because their brains will just careen all over the place.
Exactly.
Like, they don't
Yeah.
have any sense of like, that's not how you tell a story. They don't have any rules. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do a pretty nice job with it. So it's fun.
That's
Math
why
class.
Picasso would always say that you spend the rest of your life trying to learn how to draw like a kid again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's funny
Unlock
because
that
like, people always
creativity.
take that to go, oh, well, he drew literally like a kid. And it's like, that's not what he means. He means that sort of just letting go and abandon and just going. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I'm talking about with this also, by the way, where you're drawing freely when you get good at it. But now you've got, you know, it's good drawing and structure and all that, but I want it to go away, and then you're just drawing. So you're back to that kid thing again, as far as the creativity part of it, but the execution, it's professional, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I don't like it when it gets so professional that it just feels overly tight, overly structured, overly, overly, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then that's boring. But we're capturing life. I mean, that's what's really
there's a place
cool
for all
about-
that. I mean, there's a place for
totally
very
addicted to it. Like,
structured
you
stuff.
can't do that any way else.
Where's
Right, but having the foundation of capturing life is like
yeah, freely.
that makes it work. That
Freely.
makes it
You're not overthinking it all the time, you know?
yeah.
I mean, if you're
Yeah, that's right.
overthinking your technique all the time, and right now you are when you're learning it,
Definitely.
but then I always say you're not getting to the art part. You're still in the mechanics of it, and at some point you want to get free of that, where you can just follow your imagination and your drawing follows. You know what I mean?
Yep. That makes sense.
Where's who is this? Is it Courtney? Courtney, is she here?
Hi, I'm here.
What do you think?
This week was okay. I didn't feel like it was my best work.
I think we could just get a little looser. I think they're pretty nice though. Like these are pretty nice.
Okay, thanks.
Tricky poses. That's a tricky pose right there.
Yeah.
You know what's good here is that what I usually see when people first start doing these kind of sitting poses and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
it's really weird. Like you'll see things like this, where this leg will be way out here. Like everything will start getting wonky proportions, especially for some reason in relation to the knees. Does that make sense?
Interesting.
There was a guy at Disney one time, and he was really full of himself. He was a character artist. His name was Pedro, I think. And when we did line review, like everybody would set up in different parts of this building. It was a really cool building. And the director of apparel asked me to come over and look at his presentation, right? Yeah?
Yeah, and then what?
And then I went over and they were doing two things. They were doing some Tink line. I don't remember what it was. And some princess line. Okay. And there were two things. So anyway, I was standing there looking at it. I didn't know that the character artist guy was standing behind me, and I was talking to the director, the other director. And he goes, "What do you think?" And I go, "That knee is like way out." It was like way off the proportion. Okay. And she also had this weird kind of stare, like this weird 1,000-yard stare kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I go, "That knee's off," and I go, it's a little off model, a little. And then I go, and that sounds interesting, because he's just asking my opinion. And then the way this guy drew Tink, he drew Tink where she looked too old.
Oh.
And I always said she looked like a bar hag. That's the way he drew Tink. I hated the way he drew Tink. Okay.
Oh no.
So anyway, I'm just having this conversation with the guy. I'm not trashing him or anything. And then he's behind me and he starts defending it, which I think is the worst thing you can do.
Oh wow.
And he goes, "Well, I did that because of this, that." And this guy was really arrogant. Like nobody liked him because he was just full of himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, "Well, I was trying to be nice. I'm not trying to be a jerk." And I go, "Well, it's off. You know, I get the anatomy's off.
Yeah.
Well, I blah, 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 blah. And he's coming up with all these excuses. And then what did he say? Oh, and I go and Tink, I don't know. Tink looks too old to me.
Mm-hmm.
And more excuses. And I get tired of it. And I go, number one, why are you standing behind me listening to my conversation? It's none of your business. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I go, number two, don't argue with the director over this stuff. Fix it. You know what I mean? I go, you need to fix that. It doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, don't sit around and make excuses for poor work. But anyway, that proportion thing, this is a guy who'd been doing character art forever, and that knee thing was off. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So I do it. I do it all the time. I'll flip a drawing and go, oh my God, the you know, where the knees are landing is totally wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're not doing that, it's actually a good sign. It means you're seeing proportion pretty well. What's this from?
That's from a photo. I wanted to study more like I don't know, like photos with like direct lighting, kind of, so then I could play with the whites a little bit.
Okay, so one thing that's going to happen with you when you're doing drapery like this, and it's a good thing to know just from a you know, like you're saying, just a basic lighting thing, is what's going to happen here that people usually miss with like drapery studies and things.
Mm-hmm.
Is like right here. I wonder if you can. Trying to see if I can. Okay, so like, see right there, see that core shadow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen a lot with draperies where it folds over and it catches that light right here, it's going to get a little core where it flips over.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And it'll roll it over better.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you'll get them like right here. And sometimes they're really subtle because those are really small folds. But if you really look at it, you'll see it.
Oh, okay.
And it's going to really help you turn those forms, right? Hang on. If you're going to do drapery studies, do them from life. Yeah?
Oh, okay. We'll do.
If you're doing drapery studies, do them from life because it's so easy to set up. You just need a side light and pin some drapery up, and you'll really see what I'm talking about and how those forms turn. Does that make sense?
Okay. And I think like understanding the physics of it, at least for me, helped me to see it better.
For me, it's like, to me, it's just a big, it's a big basic shape thing. And then you have forms that turn and forms that cast shadows. I mean, it's a fairly simple thing. Does that make sense? And then there's a lot of core shadows.
Yeah, I mean,
are we cutting out?
I think you're good.
I think you're good.
Yeah, your connection's been really good today, Mike.
You think so?
Yeah, you seem to have passed your connection problems too.
I wouldn't say that.
My Wi-Fi has kicked me out like 5 times.
Okay, so Courtney.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Something I found kind of, I don't know, that I was unsure about is like on tone paper, if I'm drawing something that doesn't really have direct lighting, I feel a little bit unsure of like where to put my whites.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're drawing from life,
Or is it just about picking like a better subject matter with like better lighting for tone paper?
I think when you're learning this, you're better off with just directional lighting.
Okay, got it.
You know, because you don't want to overcomplicate it. And then as you move into it, you're going to be able to do more. Because then you'll look at things and go, oh, there's a little bit of reflected light coming up from the ground. And you'll start seeing that stuff. And then you'll go, but I'm going to lean on my pencil really light for that because I don't want that to be read as the main light source and things like that. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay, yeah.
But then you can get in all the fun stuff like reflected light, bounce light, and all that kind of stuff. You know, and then sometimes if the light in for my drawing, just like we we're just talking about with that barista thing, I can put a light on there and give myself a pretty direct light source.
Mm-hmm.
I could put a lamp. You know, there's a bunch of stuff I can do where I can start going, well, the lights come from there, but it's not very dramatic. Maybe if I put a lamp here in the same position where the light's coming from, I can kind of amp up the light a little bit based on what I'm still seeing. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah.
So ideally what we want to do, and I'm trying not to, I'm trying to, ramp you guys into this, because when I'm talking about, hey, throw this in and make it up. And I know when you're first learning this, you're like, whoa, wait a minute. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm trying to do is go, here's some simple ways that we can sort of, amplify things and, design things a little heavier, all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Got it.
Just to make the drawing, a drawing more interesting, right?
Okay. Got you.
But those are good. Your proportions and stuff are pretty damn good.
Oh, thank you.
Hmm. Where's Amelia?
Hello. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this week. I think I was having a bad sketch week. That one I was just trying to be loose with the San Diego Zoo live stream thing.
Oh, I forgot to put that up. God damn it.
Yeah.
See, this is why I have to have my notebook, man. If I find out my girlfriend moved that notebook, I'm going to be pissed. All right, I will put that up.
Okay. Why is my dad playing music in the back? Can you ask him?
Why is he what?
Oh, my dad's playing music pretty loud in the background. I just asked my little brother if he could just hop over and.
Are you the one with your brother who plays the tuba?
Yeah, but this is a different one. I have two.
Oh, you went to the zoo? Oh, no, this is off their cam.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to do that, man. That sounds like fun, actually. Is there, you know what? I could put, can we show your screens, everybody's screens in here?
I
think you can give us permission to.
Yeah, if you let us.
And everybody I could see everybody's screens?
I think so.
Not all at once, one at a time.
Okay. Oh, shit. Why would they do that? I want to do it everybody.
We could do that with Discord.
Yeah, we could do that with Discord. But Discord
Yeah.
only lets, like, I think 12 people share their screen or something like that at a time.
Why would you do that? Why not just make it where everybody can share their screen?
No clue.
Okay, proportion. These guys I know have longer necks.
I realized after, but I still had fun with it because I got to, like, kind of figure out how to lay the spots on with watercolor, and I, like, did some lighter and stuff, and it was fun.
Yeah. What's this back here? Is this gouache?
Yeah.
Good, you're playing around with tools. That's good.
Yeah.
So main thing with you right now, I'd say proportion.
Yeah. This week especially, but I'll work on it.
Proportion is just something that everybody has to get a handle on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing this forever, and half the time I look at my drawings and go, the proportions are off. This one's a nice one. Oops, where'd it go?
Yeah, I was watching like a live stream debate thing and just drawing the people.
Debate of what? Where's
It was
this?
like a
Oh, I
politics
know where this
debate.
is. This is on the corner of Imperial and State College?
This? Oh yeah,
A
it was the
drawing
corner
place
bakery.
for this semester.
Yeah,
It's the
it's my
official
drawing place.
Where is that?
It's where Amelia and myself and other people draw, because it's like the only place where there's
Yeah, it's like
people
it's really
draw.
nice. It's an outdoor area, so like
Where is it though?
Right next to downtown Brea, like
It's
It's on Imperial and Brea Boulevard.
right on the opposite side, or around Birch Street, Brea and
Yeah.
Imperial.
It's not on the corner of Imperial and like, is it right on the corner?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the corner.
And what's the name of this business?
It's Corner Bakery.
I know where that is. I know exactly where that is. And
We
I
should
knew
all
it.
show up there and draw sometime.
Yeah, but it's cool. I knew this. I knew where that was from the drawing.
That's good.
Yeah, it's
Nice
cool.
work.
It was so much fun. Like I liked putting the little silhouettes in the windows and stuff.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
was just trying to loosely do it with ink, and then I just popped in some like marker over it.
Good. Okay, good. I like it when I hear you having fun. Okay, these are better. These are the proportions and everything on this are a lot better.
Yeah, I just need to work on people because like I'm alright with buildings and stuff. I just need to practice. I was just trying to be really loose with that.
When you're knocking in like, let me see if I can find it again. Crap, I don't know where this drawing went. Hang on. This foot, you might want to think less about the individual toes and more just about this form and how that works, and then sort of build the toes into it. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So look at this line, and this, and then you can sort of build these things into it. 90% of the time, you don't even need to build that much into it. I mean, if it's that prominent, maybe, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, let me see if I can find this real quick. See how you can see he started that foot right here with just this triangular shape, and then he just knocked in the separation of the toes. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So kind of think like that. I'm trying to find some other ones. Again, here, very little indication, but it's plenty, right?
Yeah.
Here's a good one. Look. Gets that heel in there, that arch, and then boom, that plane, and barely indication of the toes, and it's perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the shapes a lot.
Yeah, those are great shapes. Boy, that's when you can really see. He can really see. Okay. Keep going. Proportion. So this week, proportion, yeah?
Yeah. I think your Dart 107 project's gonna help with that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I'm gonna focus.
Yeah, because that's a good thing for this exact thing. It's just real simple breakdowns of form. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I did some cafe to character. I did a couple pages. So.
Do I have them here?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Okay, here's what I have. Oh no, wait. What was it I was just talking to? Amelia. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a lot of pages.
Oh yeah.
Which is good. I'm not complaining.
Yeah, they're like in a different style. I'm just waiting for. Yep. I saw this like meeting. I think it was like this Christian youth thing, and like the leader dude looked really like uptight and stuff. So I kind of exaggerated it, and I feel like he looked like kind of an ass. So I just went with it.
You look at kind of what?
An ass.
Okay.
Like he was rolling his eyes a lot and stuff.
And he was like a youth pastor?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a fun youth pastor.
Yeah, I thought it would be really fun.
Okay, I love the idea of it though.
Yeah, I just like imagined him like crushing a coffee cup with his hand and stuff just out of anger.
What was he all? I like this one right here.
Oh, which one?
This one here.
Oh yeah, I like that a lot. I had a lot of fun with it.
And then you got to start going, okay, well, now if I like those proportions or whatever, can I take them and sort of turn them, and sort of start seeing what he looks like from this side, right?
Yeah, I'll work on it.
Yeah, and just play around, first play around and get it, where you go, yeah, I think this is my guy or whatever. Big bottom lip, and then it's very sharp. All this hair. And then, play around with it. Yeah?
Yeah.
Mine's become sinister.
I don't mind. I wanted to go for like an unstable kind of vibe.
Why was he all like snotty?
I don't know. He just like he kept crossing his arms and like rolling his eyes and stuff, and it was.
It's kind of funny because the idea of, to me anyway, I've never been in those things, but like you, pastor or whatever, usually they're trying to be cool. You know what I mean?
I feel like I want to go for something like he's trying to play it cool, and he's smiling and stuff, but like he's just.
But I like the idea
off.
of a youth pastor who from what you're describing, it sounds like kids actually annoy him. Right? You there?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Which is
my
fine.
audio?
It's like, why would you do that if teenagers or whatever get on your nerves? It'd be like me trying to do that. I can't do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, I like the idea.
Cool. I'll work more on it.
Then push it. Find the things that you can push, and give me hints of who he is and things like that. Right? Not big overt things, but little indicators.
Okay.
Where's Lewis at? Is he here?
Yep, I'm here.
Hang on a sec, you guys. Let me get another screen grab here.
It was cool, Mike. Mostly I had to work with pictures this week because I couldn't.
I get it right now. I know right now I get it. But now everybody knows the corner bakery, which is a good idea. Yeah?
Right. Yeah.
I might go over there.
Cool.
You should, Mike.
Yeah, you
This is a
definitely
good-
should. It's full all the time.
Is it?
Yeah, especially in the mornings because brunch.
I think maybe I will. Yesterday I got in the car and I just drove down the hills. I'm just like, I just got to go somewhere. You know what I mean? Sick of being in the house all the time. This one right here is a nice drawing. Oops.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Now give me that. Look at that. Nice proportion. Nice design. Give me that in all of them now. Yeah?
Okay.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I started off with a box and then I just went from there.
I do that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Because you're sort of, like in this case, you're sort of looking down a little bit.
Yeah.
I like the big cheek mass. I don't know. Sometimes it's weird. It's like, so the eyes would be a little buried under the brow a little bit if I was looking down, right?
Right.
And then the nose is going to compress a little under here. It's going to get a little closer to the nose because it's tilting down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the ear usually comes up a little bit.
Yeah.
But I do that all the time. I don't know why. I like taking geometric forms and turning them into whatever. Bridgman, that's so great to me about Bridgman, that's so great, is the way his forms interlock.
Yeah.
Like his forms, they're real sculptural and they interlock. You know what I
Right.
mean? So it's one of I use him all the time when I'm talking about that because he does those, those forms he does where they're like bending over and everything just sort of locks in together, the whole torso and everything. Like the upper part will lock into the abdomen, will lock into the, everything. And that was the thing with him, to me. Very
That's really cool.
Yeah, very he drew figures that felt I always say like that book that I've talked about before, that Michael Hampton book where he's breaking everything down more of sort of a systemic, simplified anatomy, I think is really valuable for visualization.
Yeah.
But then I always say, put that together with like Bridgman or something like that. And now you got both sides of the coin where one guy is helping you. Because I like Michael Hampton's, I love his approach to like what he does, right? But then when I look at his and some of his drawings I really like, but then some of them I look at and I go, they're a little stiff for me. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's more of a stylistic thing. I'm not saying they're bad because they're not. He's great at what he does. But just for me, I just it's a style. I don't know if he went to Art Center or not. But it's a style I saw here and there at Art Center where I was like, I just don't. It's a little too rigid for me. You know what I mean? But his system of like visual. And by the way, if you like his style, it's great. I mean, he's great at it. That's just a taste thing. But that thing of where he's breaking down the forms into very simple to read things is really valuable. You know. But again, you got to marry it to something like Bridgman and all that, right?
Yeah, because Bridgman, like if you look at his stuff, he like almost breaks the form in like how he stretches them and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think Bridgman less of that. I think Hogarth does that more, where he's really elongating forms and he's really stylized. It's why I never was a huge fan of Hogarth. I mean, I like what he does. I like how he visualizes stuff. I'm not a big fan of his style. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And Hogarth's great too. That, I mean, both those guys, the reason their legacy lives on is because they were so damn good at what they did.
Yeah.
You know. And I got to see Hogarth draw. You know, he was still at Art Center when I was there. You know, man, did that guy know his stuff. You know.
Yeah.
And man, was he abusive.
Yeah.
Which I loved. You know.
Yeah, I had
yelling down the hallway.
Don Lagerberg, and he would tell the stories about Byrne because they would hang that stuff.
Who did?
Don Lagerberg.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Yeah.
Is he at Fullerton?
He's at. He used to be at Cal State Fullerton. He retired.
Oh, I don't think I know him.
Yeah. But yeah, him and Marshall are like really like great friends and stuff.
Okay, so here I might just start getting a little more. And I'm just making this up, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, a little more information here. Maybe a little looser.
Right.
A lot of times I'll use that dark mass on the other side to describe the form on the other side, to silhouette the face. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Teeth are tricky. You got to be careful with them, right?
Yeah, that's I mean, I think there's a couple in there that I had to do that, and I was trying to figure it out.
Well, one thing when you're looking at like expression, it's weird. What a lot of people miss, which also is just common, is that the interior of the mouth, the teeth are like these two rings like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So they're basically this, you know, and then obviously the lips are over that. And they forget that. So when they're drawing a face, and this is starting to talk a little bit about expression. You know, they do this thing. You see it all the time in anime. It drives me crazy. Where they have the mouth open and it's this flat shape like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Where this is actually here, you know, and this goes, and I'm exaggerating, this goes back in space like that.
Yeah.
Right? And then you have these teeth, these two horseshoes in here, and that's, you know, looks exactly like Mike Burbage. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that, Mike. I'm slow on the draw. I tried. I'm like, man, I'm coming up blank.
Slow on the draw. Right?
That's me when I'm angry.
I think this is you when you're at your friendliest.
This is me when I'm winning a game.
Sunken eyes from all this kid nonsense.
There's some
Are you gonna
truth to
do
that.
caricatures of all of us, Mike?
I don't know if that's a caricature, more just a pure insult. I'm not sure.
It's a little bit of both. There is some truth to the sunken eyes, because when you have young children, you get less sleep as a rule.
The cigarette exit.
Yeah, I'm not interested in an exit.
You will be.
Nope.
Yeah. All right, Lewis, you got questions?
No, I'm just you know.
I think these are pretty good. I think the only thing I'd say is start thinking about your line now.
Okay.
Which, I'm a broken record on that. Loosen some of this stuff up.
Yeah.
Like, look, I can just kind of go over it and loosen it a little, and it'll help it a lot. I like this ball on the nose. That's good. Probably put that cheek mask in there a little bit. Eyes are really big here. Now, if you're stylizing, whatever.
Yeah, that was one of the things too. I went over that stylizing video and it was kind of those concepts and stuff.
Which one? Mine?
Yeah, yours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I went over the week before. I focused more on hair because I was like looking at that video, and this time I was kind of like doing just your stylization video.
Yeah, I think that's good to sort of get into a groove on something. But
Yeah.
see how we can just kind of loosen things up on there and pop the line a little bit, and it'll help it a lot.
Right.
Okay. What time is it? It's 12. Hey, Megan.
Yeah.
Did you get everybody pizza?
No, I think you forgot to tell me to do that, so I didn't.
Oh, so it's on me.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Getting things again, Mike, just like Phil.
Huh?
You're forgetting things again, Mike, just like Phil.
I'm thinking about when this stupid COVID crap is over, throwing a party up here. Yeah?
Yeah.
Sounds good, man. I'm down.
That'd be cool.
Weekend in the mountains.
It's a drive. I mean, it's not really that big a drive, but
I'm actually gonna be closer to you
I'm gonna
in the new year, so that'd be cool.
where are you gonna be?
In Victor.
Oh yeah, that's not far.
Yeah.
I'm not really that far anyway. People think it's so far, it's really not. But I'm thinking about doing it on the grounds over at my girlfriend's restaurant because there's a wedding site property behind it. And just invite. I mean, the problem is I have to make this one I will have to make sure that I know who's coming up, just so I know how much food to have. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to do something when this stupid nonsense is over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe just come up and have some pizza and whatever.
Hey, Mike. I also threw in my sketch monster in there for you.
Oh, in here?
Yeah.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome, Luis.
Yeah, I like that.
That's cool, man. That's real cool.
Yeah, I like that. I like different takes on the sketch monster.
Yeah.
That's funny. Was that based on somebody?
No, I was just thinking about the back and forth between you and Mike.
Oh.
Sketch monster stuff, and then I just out of the blue just started drawing it.
You mean the back and forth between me and Mike that Mike Burbage always loses? That back and forth?
Yeah.
I'm playing the long game, Mike. I'm playing the long game.
Mike, when you have your party thing, are you gonna give Mike Burbage a different date so you can get rid of him?
Yeah. And then I'm also going to put cameras up so I can get pictures of him sitting there by himself all forlornly.
He's just staring at the window.
Mike, you want me to be at your house by myself?
No, you'll be at the on the grounds, and what's in the grounds will be closed because they're usually closed.
The grounds? What do you live like in a zoo cage or something?
Yeah. No, my girlfriend's property has like a half an acre behind it, and they do weddings and all that stuff in there. Yeah?
I'll
Is it-
find a way, Mike.
It's an event space, Mike Burbage. I know that it's foreign to you.
I think you're the one that is foreign to events, at least the participation part. You're just sketching
true.
from a distance.
That's totally true. That's what was the conversation around that with the always with the crowd and then somebody over here?
Yeah, it's got to be in your book, right? In your book, you have to have little drawings of like how to go to a dance or how to attend a party.
Well, that's what it was. Yeah, I got to do that. I think that's
and like all throughout the book, you're gonna have all these social events, and it's gonna be the same formula.
That's
And
people
the
doing the
martini.
thing over here, and then you at a distance.
Yeah,
very
don't forget the
safe distance,
martinis.
sketching them.
Yeah.
That's
Other
so-
drinks don't exist. Water doesn't exist. Only martinis.
That's right. Kerosene martinis. All right, it's noon. Let's take lunch and then come back at, let's do 12:45. Is that good?
Yes.
Sounds good, Mike.
Okay, guys, I'll see you at
Sounds
12:45.
good. Okay.
You guys know this person?
Yes.
Nope.
Jin Kim?
Just kidding. I thought you were talking about the actual drawings. I was joking.
Mike Burbage.
I'm ready to learn,
That's
Mike.
from Big Hero 6.
Yeah, hang on. Trying to find a couple more. I like his expression. The thing I like about Jin Kim's stuff is it's so it's got so much draftsmanship in it. Here's another one. Let's see. We can just kind of go over these because I want you guys to start doing this week. And then it's easier for me if you guys have something and then I can start going over it. But he has a lot of examples in here. Let's see if I can find them. So like here is exactly what we were talking about earlier with that idea. Hang on. With that idea of showing that the mouth is forming around the contour of the face. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look how little he shows of the teeth. Right?
Yeah.
So when you're building this kind of stuff, you've got to, and then this is also nice too. Oops. When you're building this stuff, you got to be thinking that the face is curving around the form this way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that mouth is doing exactly what he's doing. It's doing this shape. Correct?
Yeah.
His nose is crinkling a little bit upwards because of the expression he's making. Obviously, his eyes are oversized on here. But this idea of how this form is wrapping around the face to me is really super important, and it's where people get lost. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They don't think about this basically being a cylinder in a way. They see it as this idea of a flat this. You know, and that can work if you're really simplifying and all that stuff. But do you see how that's very flat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then this one, where you're seeing the bottom of the mouth, he's giving you that, again, very little of the teeth, correct?
Yeah.
Triangular. This one here is really important to me too. do this all the time. I think we've talked about this. Where I really use that dark mark there and the one here to sort of shape the teeth. Does that make sense? To end the teeth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Then if you look here, he only put this line here, but then he gave you the bottom of the teeth, the shape. Okay, so you can do it that way too, where you got to be careful, because what people do is they do this. And then they go. And all of a sudden you get these like little corn kernel teeth. Does that make sense? One of the main things with this that I really want you to start looking at, you can do some, I actually, in this case, I think it's not a bad idea to go look at like him. He's got such a strong sense of draftsmanship and all this stuff. Kind of maybe do a couple of little quick passes of how he's handling this stuff, and then start trying to apply it a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't go for, I mean, you can copy something like that if you want, that's fine. But what I want you to do immediately is go out and start to try and apply this thing. It's mostly going to be people talking or smiling or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And one of the big things about that, and I think I've said this before, one of the things I really like to do when I'm drawing people is draw them in conversation. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you're lucky, like if you go to the corner bakery or whatever, people are probably sitting there talking to each other. Just try and get those, you know, again, they're going to keep hitting the same poses. We only have so many mouth shapes we make, right? Vowels and consonants or whatever. And start trying to sort of capture that really subtly. Now, the reason I like him too, when you look at an expression sheet like this, what I like about it is they've sort of simplified the graphic language, but he's keeping a sense of anatomy in here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's why I pick him. Like there's a lot of model sheets I could go to that don't accomplish this. And it's not a knock on them. It's just, it might be a flatter style. It's very stylized. It doesn't have a whole lot to do with, too much to do with reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like his do. These are really good. This sheet's always really good. This one from Tangled. It's Tangled. Simple things, right? Go ahead.
I don't have it. Oh, my bad.
Okay, I mean the simple things here, raised eyebrows, this kind of thing. This is a big one to me. When you do stuff with the face, the subtlety of things you can do with almost nothing. Once I do, so if I do this, it's a little more inquisitive, correct? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Or if you do this, totally different expression, correct?
Yeah.
Or if I do, now if I add, oops, if I add, that totally different expression. I can do stylistic things sometimes where I'll take this and go and do something graphic with it. I can open this, I could take this, get them a little angrier. You know, the old thing where the eyes do this. Simplify the mouth. Okay, so there's a combination here of graphic language, and I think it's really a good idea to break this down into a simple graphic language to kind of understand it. Does that make sense?
Things start simple just to play around with the different expressions and get a feel
Yeah,
for
and
it.
just see how much mileage you can get out of hardly anything. You know what I mean? This one also, they tilted the head down a little bit. So if you look at the relationship between the nose and the mouth, see how compressed that is?
Yeah.
And that's why,
Yeah.
because the head's tilted down a little bit, the nose is going to get closer to the mouth, right?
Exactly.
Opposite here. And then this kind of thing too, like, see how his eyes, okay, so most of the time, if you look at, I don't know if you can see my eyes. Most of the time, your eyes are getting cut off like this. And you're seeing something like that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So when you want this kind of an expression, because I see people do this all the time unintentionally, where they draw the eyes like that. And look, I don't even have to put the rest of the expression in there. It already looks terrified, right? You got to be careful with that. If you float the eyeball right in the middle of the eye, it's always going to look, you know, which is great if you want that, right? But if you don't want that, you got to be aware of this stuff. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, how the rest of the face is relating to this. So, like this one, his mouth is coming up like that, and then the nose is sort of following that track, right? Because if I do that, my nose is going to shift, right? What happened?
Okay.
I'm getting
Did you
frozen.
not get enough rights?
Am I
Or
getting
yes?
frozen?
No.
We've been able to hear you clearly.
I don't understand that. Okay.
So Mike, with that one, what's going on? Is it like this face is shifting, or like, I don't know, is it just an angle thing?
The one here with the angle of the mount right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring that into real life. Is that
Well,
is that a real thing?
If I do this, this raises up with it, this side. Yes?
Okay. Yeah.
It's just
So
because,
it's like the cheek raising.
it's because your features and everything are all tied together.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everything's tied together. Even your physicality is. If I go like, you know, when you like lean against a wall and you cross one leg over another. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you ever notice that when people draw it wrong, they put the wrong leg in front of the other one, and then you go, that doesn't look right. Then if you go and lean against the wall and put that leg in front of it, you don't stand like that. It's not right. There's a specific, I think it's your interior leg that's always crossed over, right? What happened?
Interesting.
Is it when?
Go ahead.
Is it when your eyebrows go down, the nose like scrunches upward?
Well, I can move my eyebrows somewhat independently, not totally. But you're not usually going to do that. You're not usually going to deliberately you might raise an eyebrow, but your face is usually reacting all together. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and put a mirror on your desk. Okay, I usually have a mirror on my desk for this kind of thing. You know, and I'll surprise or whatever, and you go, well, what else happens? You know what I mean? It's the same things we're talking about with a pose. Where if I've got, if I'm swinging something at somebody, then what's this arm going to do? It's not going to just be down by my side, so I might have to get up and act it out and go, what's that? What can I do with this pose to make it look dynamic and cool? What is this hand going to do? Right? If I'm talking to somebody and expressing myself and maybe I'm just doing this, what's this hand doing? Is it in my pocket? I mean, you're always, maybe it's subconscious. You get really, at least I do. You get really conscious of it if you're in a room that you're not comfortable in, like you don't know anybody, you don't know what to do with yourself. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's where you sketch, right?
Yeah, that's probably why I'm not good at it. Look how far he pushed this. Okay, so this right here is a perfect example of what we're talking about. That action by itself is one thing. Once he adds that, shoves that mouth over like that, it all reads. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
the
that
mouth's
one,
like pushing the eye up.
yeah, and when you
and
do
close.
this, you do this. You know what I mean? When you go,
Yeah.
right? You don't just go, you don't do that. You go, you do that. That's what he captured. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that's good.
And what you got to think about is right now, just worry about the expression. But then I want to put it together with exactly what he did right here with the physicality of it, right? It's all physicality. You don't just sit here and emote. You don't sit here like this and emote and make weird faces. You don't do that. You do this, like there's certain things you do that you react and your face scrunches up and what's happening. You know, this comes up, that eye's going to get, you know, I close that eye, this comes up with it, you know, all that kind of stuff. You got to start looking at all of it together. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And also start breaking things down into simple graphic language, basically what he's doing here, but he's keeping a sense of realism to it, or a sense of believability to it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is great. You know, and then here, what are you getting? You're getting that heavy lidded, just got up in the morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then look how much more information he gave you around his eyes to really push that idea of sleepiness, right?
Yeah.
Now, what you got to balance in a drawing like that is to make sure that you don't make this young kid look like an old man, right?
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And
It's easy to do.
what's working towards that idea of him not looking like an old guy?
Big hair. Not putting the wrinkle all the way down, like the.
That's part of it.
From the nose.
His hair is one thing, and then the skinniness of his neck.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, that's right.
That skinny neck is a boy thing, right? Now I know he's exaggerating, and the reason I'm showing these is because they are a little exaggerated, but again, they're very solidly drawn drawings, and clearly this guy knows how to draw his ass off, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he does. That's pretty amazing work.
Yeah, he's a monster. Okay, so there's those. Let's get rid of that for now.
So Mike, when we're out drawing, would you recommend just like we're draw a person and then like play with it a little bit and see if we could draw the same person with different expressions?
I would try and
kinda-
capture them while they're sitting there talking. Find two people who are sitting at a table, just sat down, and they're conversing.
Okay, yeah, because then they'll go through a range, presumably.
And then when you
And we
get
can
really
catch-
confident with it, you know, then you can like throw in a hand gesture. Like you look at what they're doing, you know, because everybody has these mannerisms, right? Or some people will be like, "Hey, man, I'm telling you," you know, they'll do stuff like that, or I don't know, you know, whatever they're doing, right? And by the way, then that physicality can go down. Like I've seen like women talking to somebody, and they're very like sort of loose with their whatever you call it, their hand gestures, and then you look down and they're like dangling their shoe off the end of their foot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it all speaks to a certain type of physicality. It all speaks to a certain type of probably confidence or relaxation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're probably not going to sit there if that's your boss who you can't stand or you're intimidated by or whatever it is. You're probably not going to sit there with that type of mannerism dangling your shoe off the end of your foot, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be much more rigid, much less probably demonstrative with your mannerisms, you know, much more controlled. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, here's another thing that's interesting. This shape, and these, I'm pointing these out because to me, these are very basic key ones, right? So this thing with this head tilted back, and then this bottom jawline is in front of the top of the jawline, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then I'm seeing, look, that triangle at the bottom of the nose. He's got a rounder nose, but I'm just going to emphasize it. Now I'm seeing the bottom of the nose, okay? But this, because when you turn this up, this mask, the bottom of your jawline, does come up and overlap the top of your mouth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
And you got to be aware of that. And I know when you point it out, is you're like, oh yeah, well that's obvious. Well, it's not to most people. You know what I mean? Where you have to start thinking of the face in terms of the same things we've been talking about with overlapping forms of any kind. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just a big mass. My hand is in my hand is in front of the forearm, is in front of, you know, my bicep or whatever, right? It's the same idea, but people always put it in terms of big masses in front of each other. Well, there's forms on your face that are also masses that will come up and obscure another part of the face or whatever. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And you got to start looking for them. And once you start hitting them, it's really, I think it's super interesting. Like I was drawing one night, because I used to go to this jazz place every Thursday and I draw jazz musicians, right? And when I
Was
was
that the one that we played
one
at?
night-
Sorry.
What is it?
Oh, was that the one that we played at?
Yeah, it was one of the ones we played at. Yeah. Do you remember when we played down in Mexico City?
You must have done something to me, Mike. There's this gap in my memory. It's a conspiracy.
It was the late 70s. I don't know how you don't remember.
Maybe that's why I came back to this class. I found my way back to you because I knew there was something missing, something I need to come back for, hunt you down or something. I don't know. It's starting to come together.
But
Anyway, I'll stop.
I was sitting there drawing and I was just on. And I remember the guy, whoever I was drawing, I don't remember what instrument he was playing. I don't remember. But I remember I got this thing with the hand where I really could see all the shapes, like this little pad right here, and everything was just locking all together. Like when you, and then with the face, you'll find a lot of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, those, I know what you're talking about, those little breakthroughs where you get a sense of it.
Really seeing those shapes and how they all lock together.
And then you never unsee it. Like you always remember it and it's
Yeah.
there and you got it. Must get more of those.
Yeah, and then you're kind of trying to expand that into all your thinking, right? That high level nuanced thinking. That's what sets everything apart. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
That's why, you know, you see people and you go, yeah, they're good. I mean, you see a lot of people that are pretty good. You don't see that many that you're like, whoa, they just blow your head off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they're capturing all those little subtleties. That
It's that
speak to
it's that
reality,
next
capture
level.
life.
It's that next level scene, you know? So again, look, this is great. This little solution. This one, here we are. There's that dark mass that defines the teeth. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then they barely indicated a line between the teeth. You don't really need it. Look at this one. They just leveled off the top. The only real difference between this one, what the hell's going on? Hang on. It's weird. And maybe because it's, I don't know. If you look at the top of this mouth, the only, why is that so? The only difference is the top of the mouth now is a straight line as opposed to this one's a little bit convex or whatever that is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not a whole, and then obviously the eyebrows are here look a little more worried because she's cold, and here they look a little more joyful. And by the way, the more you raise those eyebrows, the more happy, joyful, whatever it is, surprised, whatever you want, it's going to happen. Okay. This is a very Glenn Keane line right here. You guys see that? Why is my pencil or my pen or whatever not drawing with the crap?
Zoomed way in. It's very pixelated.
Yeah, that's just because it's a small image. I can't do anything about that. I just don't understand why my pencil's drawing so stupid. Maybe I got the wrong pen. Hang on. Okay, that is super weird. Like what? Oh. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with that. But this really elongated, look how he does that. He elongates the forehead and then the nose just is like this little bump. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Once you start doing that, you're ripping off Glenn Keane. Okay, so all these simple and by the way, by this point, he's figured out the construction of this face, and now he's got to move these, you know, this is an expression sheet. It's for all the animators and everything to work off of, so they know how to do this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's the same thing as like it's an expression sheet. It's the same thing as a model sheet where you can have 50 animators working on some movie and it all looks like the same person drew all of it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the same idea.
So are we allowed to work on this project digitally?
No,
Okay.
I don't want anything digital. You guys get digital in every other class. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you're going to start doing this. Do that, Command Z. Do that, Command Z. Do that, Command Z. Do that, rub that off. Do that, smudge this. Do this, flip it. Do that. Do all this digital crap. It's gonna take out too much of the actual work. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is fundamental stuff. You know, the digital stuff is great, but it's again, you get too many people that think that the Cintiq or whatever is going to make, or software or whatever is going to make them amazing. You know what I mean? And then those are the people that land on photo bashing, all this kind of stuff, these tricks. I remember, I think it was Scott Robertson years ago. He would do this thing with a shape and then he'd mirror it and then he'd turn it into an alien or something. I'm like, that's games. You know what I mean? That's not, there's nothing wrong with that to spark an idea and all that. I think all that stuff's fine. I think there's something wrong with it because what happens is that students then go, they think that's the skill set. And it's like, that's not the skill set. Go look at Scott Robertson's stuff. He knows how to draw his ass off. He's a monster designer. And he's just showing you this thing probably, you know, to, hey, I use this to spark ideas or whatever he uses it for. He's not doing that in lieu of his actual skill set. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be careful with all that stuff.
Hey, Mike, I have a question like about expression sheets in general. How do you get better at like, I guess the word I'm looking for is consistency. Like if I'm drawing a character and I try to draw them from different angles, like it starts to look like a different character.
Right.
Like,
Well,
it's
what
not
you,
the
okay.
same.
Okay, so what you got to do is, and I do this like in 107 and usually in 108. I don't like to teach 108 anymore. It was just, it needs a prereq on it. But what is going on with my Photoshop? My verbiage.
Can't handle all the money you're paying for it.
Okay, okay. So when you look at this, look. Let me see if I can find one.
Do you want us to do an expression sheet this week for our character?
I want you to start adding in expression. You don't have to do a whole expression sheet. I just want you to start honing in on it a little bit, doing some studies. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Because it's it's always better for me to sort of have a discussion with you guys, and then when we come in next week, I can start going over them and helping you like figure out what's working and what isn't. Correct?
Yeah, no, that's really helpful.
It's always easier for me to do that and have a discussion around it, demo it if I need to or whatever. Sometimes with this, I can find really good information. I can sort of speak to it. Okay, so what a model sheet does and what you can take away from it is, do you see how this is giving you the super basic construction here?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, and then it'll tell you things. Start by blocking. Okay, this is out of a. This is really smart, by the way, because I have this book somewhere, and it's like I think it's called How to Draw the Simpsons or something. I just got it for class because it shows a bunch of. They took the model sheets and made a book out of it, right? Super smart. And it's showing you tin can head, thimble chest, ball-shaped belly, tubular legs, and then steam iron feet, right? And then usually, like, there's some in here, I think. Hang on. Like with the Marge one, it's telling you that this, her head shape, is the basic measurement for her. There's two of these in her hair, right? Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you're doing something on your own, let's look at a couple more of these. So all that makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is this designed for? It's designed to keep the character consistent, correct?
Yeah.
It's designed to take out the equation of there's a whole bunch of people working on this show, right? You want to have a consistent look for the character, consistent look for the show, not Mike Sheehan's take on the show, not Mike Burbage's take on the show, The Simpsons. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Now, what they'll have a lot in here is this kind of thing where they'll do these little call outs down here. The shoes are too long for his feet, so they turn up at the ends. They'll tell you all these. Here's the basic breakdown of some other characters, right? Comparative size relationships. What happens when Goofy lifts his head or turns his head down? Super valuable information. You don't want to make that up, right?
Yeah.
Snout tilts upward a little. Snout begins to appear. Third up on the head. Okay, all this stuff, right? And by the way, everybody thinks that this is easy. They go, Mickey and all these characters are all designed out of spheres and hoses, make them all easy to draw. And yes, it does make them easier to draw. This is its own animal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the consistency of drawing it multiple times.
100% its own animal. And I hardly ever had to do this. And a couple of times I did. I just did it because it was at Imagineering, I think. It was at Imagineering. And my boss came over, because usually we'd hire animators to do things that were to do with these characters, right? For some reason, we didn't have one. And my boss comes over and he goes, can you just, knock these things out? I absolutely hated that, because I'm like, these guys go through a training program for this. And everybody goes, well, you can draw your ass off. And I go, it doesn't matter. This is different. I need to spend 2 or 3 weeks and get my head around it and really get consistent with it. Just jumping into it right away is not the way to do it. And also, I'm not an animator. So the thing is, if I'm reposing Goofy or whoever, how much am I squashing and stretching him? Those are all animation principles, right? Yes?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yes.
So, you got to kind of know about some of that. And yeah, I can kind of figure it out. But I just felt out of my comfort thing. It was like, A, I don't care about this. And B, I'm a concept dude. I don't want to do this. You know what I mean? And I remember like with Bell, was it Bell? Yeah, it was Bell, because we were doing the Beast Library. I'd go pull the model sheets out of the research library and come back, and they'd have all these things where, like, sometimes Belle, I remember this, like Belle's hair will be up, right? But when she's like, I don't know, a little less formal or something, her hair will fall in her eyes, like her bangs will fall down the thing.
Yeah, that's right.
It's always 3 masses. Like, there's all these rules to it, right? Okay, so what I took away from that is consistency and how to get to consistency, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've said this before, so then I put it into practice. Like when I was doing those stories for NPR, the first half hour I was there, I'm just sitting there drawing the people who are the subject matter, and I'm trying to get a handle on how their face works. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How their head sits on their shoulders, what they look like from behind. What's a prominent feature that I can really push if I've only got a second? And, because these people, ideally, when I was doing those things, ideally, those people really weren't aware that I was there, ideally, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means, let's say it was a politician, because like I followed Wendy Gruhl around LA when she was running for mayor or whatever. She's sitting there hitting her field. I went over and hung out with her at her field office, and she's sitting there talking to her crew and stuff, going, "Hey, man!" And then somebody says something. She's like, "Hey!" She doesn't give 2 craps that I'm there. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to get some handle on how I'm going to handle it. So I would try and get that handle. And then whoever was, let's say that her followers or whatever you call them, volunteers that work at the field office, they're all around her or whatever. I don't got to capture a likeness with them. I just got to put a crowd in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And sometimes the likeness is, you're doing these things in the moment. Sometimes you have 3 minutes to do it. Sometimes you hit it. Sometimes you don't. But, Here's Pinocchio's basic head breakdown. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's how you build it. There's this shape, and this gets a little more complex down here. You know, his jaw down here, put a little chin on it. How far out does the nose? Look, lower part of the face builds out from head. So it's giving you all these instructions. And a good example of this, how you got to, this is a skill set you got to build. So I had a character artist on the team that worked for me at Disney stores, right?
Mhm.
When we knew we were all doomed, you know, because there was some contract dispute, I went by Dwight's desk and he had a sheet, just like I have here, the 11 by 17 paper. And he probably had a stack that bit thick already. And he was just drawing circles and like Mickey, you know, he was doing the silhouettes, this breakdown of like Mickey. Then he was doing this breakdown of like, you know, all the characters in Disney, and just real simple breakdowns. And he had piles of it. And I go, why are you doing that? And he goes, I got to go out and get a job again. You know what I mean? Yeah?
Yeah, no, that's a lot of work.
And he knew I got to get back in this groove because I didn't really have him doing a ton of character stuff. I had him doing design stuff. So here's same thing with Pumbaa. Here's a much more complex build. And the thing you're seeing here, I'm hoping, is that this is a build. It's like a model. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
For I guess for less stylized faces, like where they're more structurally, how do I, what am I saying?
Realistic?
I guess more towards like the comic book rather than like the full on animation cartoon thing.
Comic book, do you say?
Yeah, because I know comic is stylized, right? Or graphic novel. It's closer to realism than like the Disney characters. Or
Well, they
like
usually
the ones we were
tend,
looking
yeah,
at.
they tend to do stuff like this where they go, you know, I'm probably going to get a little styly here, but. And if I take this guy and I go, okay, he's got an underbite, I'm going to put a little bit of that. A lot of times I notice with these guys, they put a lot of that, this kind of stuff in it. And I know I'm getting a little stylized here. But a little more realistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I could make the eyes more realistic. I can make everything more realistic if I want. But at the end of the day, how am I going to break? Okay, so then maybe he's got a collar. So a little more like that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, what is it? It's, I could break it down. And if I'm doing this, like if you're doing your own graphic novel or something, I'm going to break it down for myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to go as a little bit of a mass right there. And maybe my starting point for this is just that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go, okay. And then I'm going to kind of go, okay, what's this distance here? The nose comes down. It comes down, juts out, comes down, up. That's my nose. He has a heavy cheek mass, let's say. He's got a zygomatic archie under the eye thing. And then this is like another unit, this chin. Yeah? I changed him a little bit here. But do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And then
No, that
I go,
helps.
huh?
Oh, I said that helps. I mean, really, like, from what I hear you saying, like, we're looking for those distinguishing features.
I'm
We're
looking
trying to
for
really understand them.
basic shape breakdown.
Basic shape breakdown, okay.
Right? And then if I go, this guy is, you know, then I got to figure him out from the front view. And I go, okay, how does that nose interpret from a front view? Still got a heavy brow. This distance is still going to be the same. Maybe he's got a little cheeky this way because he's got a little bit of weight in there. You know, and I'd have to figure it out, and I get a front view of him. Another thing you do when you're figuring these out is, let's say if I go, okay, I'm just going to make this one up real quick. Let's say that I go, here's my guy. They do this cheek thing a lot with that comic book stuff. You know, come down to here, and then this will be, I'm making his cheeks too weird, but that's fine. So let's just say this was my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't know why I always go to the 1940s. You know, and I come up with something and I like it, right? Now, another thing I can do is I can go, when I want to start turning, oops, when I want to start turning this, is now I can go, okay, that's where the hat is. And there's still going to be some interpretation here, but at least I know where the major forms are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. So you're just building that visual guide, basic shapes, basic forms, really.
Yeah,
And
so
then,
there's my ear. You know, how am I going to handle this eye? The eye's right here. How am I going to interpret that nose? It looks like it's like kind of a broken kind of thing. Maybe like that, maybe. Is his mouth protruding forward a little bit? Because that's what I did with the other guy. Maybe he's got an underbite. Small, fairly small chin. Zygomatic arch lands right there. There's his hairline. And I can start to get a rough idea his ears actually here, of what I'm dealing with. You know, and there's, again, there's going to be some interpretation. I got to figure it out. I got to make sure that he really feels like he's, you know, and I can start to figure him out from a side view, correct?
yeah.
Because I'm using my landmarks, and at least I know my landmarks are landing where they're supposed to land. Okay. And then you would do, you know, same thing. You go, what's the back view? And here's his collar. Here's his ears.
Do you have like a kind of a go-to list of landmarks for like the head and the face, or do you they kind of vary a little bit by character?
If I was going to do this, you're going to go top of head, eyes, bottom of nose, mouth, chin, and the, you know, and the ears, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the ears actually in reality would line up with the eyes more like that. But I mean, if you're talking about something you're stylizing, they could be anywhere, right?
Right.
You know, and then I'm going to go a step further at some point, and I'm going to go, once I feel like I've got a handle on, okay, I'm starting to understand how this works, you know, front, it's called a turnaround, a front, side, back, other side. Sometimes they'll do a top view if necessary, and that's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then at some point I might want to start going, okay, now what happens when I take this guy and I throw the axis there? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to take the same things and go, now I want to build them from a 3/4 view, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's the bottom of his hat, maybe. This will be totally inaccurate, but, you know, and then there's that kind of broken nose thing. See, that should be down here. I'm kind of just making it up at this point. You know, but I still would use my landmarks. And I go, well, maybe this comes out a little more. That way I have an excuse for this one over here. And then I figure out the 3/4 view, right? And then once I get those things put together, I have a pretty good idea of you know, and then I'm going to draw it. And then at some point I'm going to, you know, once I have a front, back, side, other side, and 3/4 view, then I kind of know what I'm doing, right?
That's really valuable. Thank you, Mike.
And then if I want to turn him, then I can start to go, well, you know, what's my basic shape here? Wherever his hat lands, right? Then I go, okay, well, now I got this. I'm going to see less of his, I'm going to see more of the brow here. Ear's going to raise. This is going to come down, still back into that broken nose idea. Mouth's going to get closer. And I can start turning this guy because I'm really just turning the, I'm just going, here's my basic shape and the shapes that are on it. Now I'm just turning it like that and I know where they all land because I'm just looking at it purely from a, it's a model. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
When you think of those kind of things, think of it in terms of a model. If you're designing the model, then the first thing you got to do, and I say this all the time with just with character and that kind of thing in general, is you know, if you're doing this whole, the first thing you got to figure out is what is all this thing made out of, right? If it's a, you know, if it's a costume thing, now I'm stylizing again. But if it's a, you know, some old lady and maybe she's real top heavy here and she's got a big cummerbund and a dress and small feet and legs, you know, then I go, okay, what's the basic shape down, breakdown of this whole form? This top part is one unit. This cummerbund would be another unit. This bell-like shape would be another unit. And that's how I would see it. You know, her feet are really small, let's say. And, you know, maybe she has those puffy sleeves that do this. What is that? That's just another shape that does this. Her sleeves would be this. You know, it's a bell, right? And then how does the arm relate to that? She's got big hair, let's say, earrings. You know, and I go, well, there's my, you know, 1 shape, 2 shape, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shapes, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Now, if I want to turn it, I go, okay, well, this is still going to come out over the top. Now her dress is going to, you know, and then I might go, like I would probably do that. I go, hey, whenever, you know, most of the time she's going to get this little flip here. So then if it turns this way, it'll go this way. Why? Because it'll create volume, the appearance of volume. And then here's her sleeve from a side view. And I'm really screwing this up, but it's fine. You know, and then maybe she has a big braid that goes down here. You know, and I go, yeah, I like this little flip. It gives it volume around that dress. And then maybe there's always a little pull compression thing here on her, you know, and then maybe I go, she's going to have a pleated dress. So now this has to follow this form and it'll compress as it goes around. And then I can go and connect these and, you know, I'll give her a pleated skirt, so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's great.
So the answer is you got to look at the basic breakdown of forms and see it as a model. Yeah?
Yeah, and then the landmarks too. And I like how you started with the front view and the side view to give yourself sort of a handle on it. And then you move from there to get to the more complex. Like I never thought about it like that before.
Look, when in whenever this stuff is, and you can get this in all sorts of things, like in this toy business. I was always pulling model sheets because 90% of what you're doing is some kind of licensed property, right?
Yeah.
So I would always go, you know, if I was talking to Nickelodeon, I go, can you send me a model packet for SpongeBob? I'm doing all the SpongeBob shit and I don't have any model packets, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they did and sometimes they didn't. But
Yikes.
Nickelodeon was a real pain in the ass. But you know, they'd end up sending me like 2 pictures, like screen caps of SpongeBob. I'm like, this isn't a model sheet. You know what I mean?
It's their property. They should.
I know you know what's totally bizarre to me about this is when you're doing, if you are the owner of a licensed property, if you're the guy, whatever the guy's, I forgot his name, he just died. The guy did SpongeBob, right? Here's what happens. You get this show on the air. It turns into a monster hit, right? You're basically sitting at a desk and there's a line in front of your desk of people walking up and going, we want to make SpongeBob pins. You go, okay, cool. Give me 12% and I have approval of everything. Next, you know, and I don't know, some money up front or something, right? Next person comes up. We want to make SpongeBob keychains. Okay, cool. Give me 6% of the profits, final approval, blah, 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 blah. Next, you're just sitting there cashing checks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I was doing that, and I always said this everywhere I've ever been, I would have a packet. I mean, this is common sense to me. I would have a packet that when you were going to make me money by making product with my brand on it or whatever, or my character, then I would go, here's everything you need to do it. You know what I mean?
Streamline it.
I mean, totally simple, right? But
Yeah.
they don't do it. They drip and drab it. When I started working on the Wall-E stuff, I got this totally obscure picture of Wall-E. And this is before anybody knew what this was. The public hadn't seen it. It's all secret. And it had, you know, ghost, what do you call it? Watermarking all over the front of it. And it's one weird, obscure picture where you're going, okay, like this is what you're giving me to start an entire product line? This? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like they're afraid of information security.
I went to a meeting, and this is really interesting. I went to a meeting for Ice Age. So this is 1 billion years ago, over at Fox or whoever did that. And they wanted us to do the whole toy line. I don't know why we didn't do it, but we didn't do it. But anyway, so we went in, and the woman, was it Fox that did that? Anyway, I don't remember who did it. But anyway, so she's giving us the whole story. Oh, so this happens and this, and she's showing us, you know, like the characters, like the 3D rendered characters and everything. And I go, can I get, you're going to give me copies of that, right? And she goes, oh, no. So again, here's where your sketching skill comes in. So I go, oh, really? Okay, cool. So I rolled up a sketchbook. Every time she put a character up there, I went, and I drew it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then, I drew every character she showed me. I drew probably background stuff because it was very blocky and primitive. Blah, blah, blah. Made notes to myself, did all that stuff. So when I went back to the office, I could start cranking out ideas without trying to rely on my memory, which was not going to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they give it to you? That just seems so counterproductive.
It is counterproductive because they're all curing cancer over there. And if anybody finds out, oh my God. But like when Pixar did it, when Pixar gave me the Wall-E reference, they basically threatened me. Right?
What?
So they go, that's watermark, and if that shows up anywhere on the internet, it's your ass. That's what they tell you.
But like, could they make you just sign like an NDA after seeing it, and then like they just give you everything, and that way
I think what they're actually worried about is if they give you digital assets, it's almost inevitable it's going to leak.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, it does make sense. And then like I went over to China, I don't know, 1.5 years before Wall-E came out, maybe. It might have even been longer, I don't know. Because I had to set it into motion. I got to start finding vendors. I knew I wanted to do a big, heavy electronic thing with that line. I wanted to do a lot of remotes and stuff like that. So I needed to get it rolling. So then when I go over to China, I go, okay, you know, I'm giving them what little reference I have and going, you guys better, you know, keep this under wraps. I can't control that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can't control it. And then with Pixar, my contact over with Ben, I go, Ben, if that thing shows up, that's not my problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I go, I got to make product.
They shouldn't put the information security burden on you. That's their burden.
I get it. You know what I think they're also trying to negate? There might be a junior designer in there. There might be a person who's just in there.
That's true, yeah.
Got them working in there for like, you know, it's their first job and it's just you brought them in just to do a couple of days work and they're like, holy shit, it's Disney or wherever they're at. And then they're like, they can't stand not being able to go, I'm working on this secret project and putting stuff out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it gets them attention. So I think there's a lot of danger in all that. You know what I mean?
No, there is. It's really easy to steal stuff like that.
I mean, it's just floating around the ether. It's hard to, and you can't really control it. Somehow they do, kind of. Something always comes out with everything, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's like entire companies that will try to get information on a product before it's released.
Well, that's industrial.
And then they'll jump. You know what I mean? Like visual stuff, like games and visual properties. And they'll try to release it before the actual company releases it, and then claim the credit for it or get the.
Well, China would back then, they probably still do. They would get the hold of those assets, and then they would go. They start cranking out their own toy line and go sell it to somebody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not good with intellectual property.
No, they didn't care at all about that. And I think their attitude is also like, we're in China. What are you going to do about it? You going to sue us? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and there wasn't
exactly.
really anything you could do about it. It was really the only thing you could do about it is you go, if something like that happened, is you would go, you were cut off. We're never going to do business with you ever again. And that's probably not a good thing if it's Disney or somebody doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or chase down their outlets to sell products in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole bunch of bootleggy stuff. I don't know if it's still like that over there. I mean, I've been out of that type of the business for, I don't know, since 2009 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's still happening, unfortunately. In general, maybe it's better. Maybe I don't know, but in general, it is. There's still intellectual property issues. Thanks for answering the consistency question so thoroughly. I didn't mean to derail the expression.
No, it's all part of it. It's all part of it. And I want you guys asking questions as they pop into your head, because otherwise you'll forget or whatever. I don't care. I don't mind going all over the place. I don't mind, as long as we're not going all jumping over to something ridiculously off track. But all this stuff is in relation to what we're talking about. Okay. So I like conversation in the moment. I like to jump over and just do spontaneous drawings and demos and things like that. I just think it's valuable. I think it's valuable. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Now let's see if we can find well, let's look at a couple more of these and then I'll shut up. Now, what I want you guys to start seeing, here's that same, okay, so here's what you're going to start seeing also, by the way. You're sort of, I know there's endless nuances to it, but you're sort of going to run out of sort of the big major expressions at some point. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, because so you can see him right here. Let's go back to this real quick. Here's basically the same expression, surprise, anger, but look at the mouth shape. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
cool.
same.
Right, because why? I mean, it's at some point, what do you got? You got anger, you got, and I'm not saying there's not a million variations in there, but you're also seeing that he has go-to expressions, correct?
Mm-hmm.
We all do, okay? And then you push them, you know, you learn new things. But I want you to see, and then what I really want you to see also is this, and this is a good example of what we're talking about. The only really thing that's changed here is that he, you know, he furrowed his brow, so he looks angry. And here he raised the eyebrows. It's the same expression. She looks surprised. He looks angry. Correct?
Yeah.
This whole thing here, this is a good example of, let's get rid of this one. This one here, look what happened here. Here, we've got this happening with the face, correct? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Here,
Yes.
we've got everything going this way. Everything is compressing this way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's not just the expression, the whole face compresses, correct? To emphasize that posture, right?
Mhm.
Look at this one. We're still getting that idea of the mouth being on the other side. There's this little tray right here, and then the other side of the mouth a little bit. Can you guys see that right here?
Yeah.
Okay, so what people tend to miss a lot is, again, this is wrapping around a form. So if I go like that, you're going to see the other side of my mouth, right?
Yeah.
Now, there's little subtle things in here that you can pull into for likenesses and things like that. I always look for, the main things I look for, or not, I shouldn't say the main thing. The first thing I go after with a likeness is like maybe three things, which is, and I probably mentioned a little of this, I'll look at the brow line, Okay. How does it relate? How deep is it? You know, is it, if it's a guy, it could be a very heavy brow line and the eyes feel like they're very set back. The nose maybe is coming, how's the nose connecting to it? Is it this sort of thing? Okay, so this to me is an important factor. This is the next big important factor, is the angle of the nose. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Does it do this? So now the angle's this way, or does it do this? Or does it do neither of those and do straight back, basically? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I can get into a lot of other things here. Is there a ball on the end of the nose? So I'm looking for these big handles. Does the nose come up under like this? You'll start seeing this and do that. Is it a very narrow, shallow? Sometimes you'll see a very narrow, shallow nostril where you're only seeing like a little of it like that, right? Sometimes the ball of the nose sort of wraps down and around a little more like that. Then I go, where does the Filson or whatever that's called, this section, where does it meet the nose this way? So where does it land? Here, here, here. Where does it land? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So now it's a landmark. So these are big landmarks to me that are going to start to talk to likeness. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's huge.
Okay, so you go, now I go, okay, it meets, let's say it meets right there, right about in the middle of the nose, let's say. Then I go, does it do this? Does it do this? Convex, concave, or straight? Right? So let's say it's a little convex. Then I go, okay, this is going to be a big one. You're going to get the lip. Now, how much lip do they have here? And then where does this one meet now? Is it way back here? Does the chin come straight down? Does the chin jut out a little? Is it a really weak chin, small? But this angle is also super important, the chin. And then I come up and I go, okay. Then I go, so those are pretty big handles, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I can go, okay, the ear is going to usually, do they have a big ear, blah, blah, blah. That's obvious. Hang on. Then I always go, where's the point of the hair? Where does the point of the hair land in relation to the eyes, usually how I look at it? And you'd be surprised how much that varies. So maybe it's way up here. What's this shape? Then I got my ear. How far back is the back of the head from here? And then I can start going into, and then also, do they have a head that sort of slopes back like that? A lot of guys have a head like this, and then they'll have sort of a flat patch right here, and then it'll sort of wedge in like that. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll have a much rounder head where it comes back. Sometimes if they're a little heavier, this might actually start to feel more like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, with people with like really thick necks, it goes straight down.
And then if it gets really thick, this might even have that little bump right there where it sort of starts to stack up on itself. Does that make when you get that little cut line right there?
Mm-hmm.
And then I go, okay, where's the hair? Because that's a big one. And then I can start adding in this other stuff. How old are they? Right? And look, we can put here, he doesn't look that old, right?
Yeah.
And I think we talked about this a little bit. Let's get rid of this. So let's go. So let's say, and I've probably done this before, but I think it's important. now I go, okay, so there's his hair. Let's get rid of these two, so they're distracting. And, you know, he's 37. I don't know. But he's got this neck more like that. So on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And I know I'm, you know, but then if I go and I pull this neck more this way, I start to bring this down, maybe a little bit, that little jowly thing.
Old age.
Yeah,
It
I give him a
comes.
little more around the eyes. Maybe he's not got as much hair now.
Hey, look, it's Trump.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, he'd have to have this.
Yeah.
And then it goes, you know, maybe lose some of that hair. Maybe now he's got some glasses. His nose would probably be a little bigger, a little ears maybe. And now you aged them up, right? Yes?
Yeah, that was like,
Yeah.
that's pretty
If you
fast.
wanted to do like a kid, you'd put almost no extra lines.
Yeah,
right?
kid, everything's going to get softer.
Okay.
And skinny neck.
Yes, the skinny neck, you know, the boys, especially boys are real gawky. I'll go over that a little more later. The reason I talk about this is because everybody approaches aging up a figure. To me, they always go and they start putting, you know, also you'll get a little of this here. They start putting wrinkles all over everything. And it's like, that's not, you got to look at the bigger picture. You got to go, okay, what's going to happen? I'm going to get a little more information around the eyes because the eyes are going to get a little older. Nose might get a little bigger. That chin's going to go from being nice and flat like this to starting to go to, you know, to angle a little bit, right?
And drop laugh line.
Yeah, the laugh line starts to continue down. It starts to create a jowl down here. You know, could lose hair or not. Not everybody doesn't lose their hair. Could end up with glasses or not. I don't have to have them, but I mean, it's a pretty common thing that you end up with glasses, right?
Yeah.
And it instantly looks older, right? But the main reason I say this all the time about this doing this older thing is it's actually more about seeing like what are the, just like we've talked about with everything, with expression, with all, I want to age something up. What is it that I think I just did 3 things here basically to make them look older, right? What are those 3 things? What are the simplest 3 things I can do to make this person look older? And now I can add a little more information here. You know, this will get a little more, you know, maybe a little darker in here. I mean, there's a bunch of things I can do. But that's all secondary to like the initial pass of what I'm doing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then I can finesse it. So there he is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
That's really helpful.
I never want to stop drawing. So it's really about, it's what I always say in all my classes, especially in this one. When we're drawing buildings, it's not about buildings. When we're drawing people, it's not even about people. When we're drawing this, when we're drawing that, it's all about the principles of things, right? And this is a good example for me of find the logic of something, just like we talked about with trees or whatever. You know, how does that branch differ? How do the branches on this tree differ from that tree? You know, so I can differentiate the trees in these very subtle ways. What's the logic and the language of all these things? What's the logic and the language if I age up a face? What's the logic and the language of how I create expressions, so on and so forth? Does that make sense? You want to get to the underlying thing, the underlying logic, the language of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
That's so valuable.
Yeah.
You don't want to, you don't want to do what I'm seeing a lot of, and look, it's always been going on. People are looking at other things. This is my problem. People are looking at things, which is great, super inspired by them, which is great, but then they start copying them, not understanding them. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And then it becomes like, okay, you can do a really beautiful Jin Kim copy, I guess, but now riff a whole page of expressions like Jin Kim. Oh, you can't do that because you could copy those expressions and put different faces on them, but you don't understand how to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mike Burbage.
Yeah, no, I'm tracking with all this. This is really good stuff.
Okay.
Do you have like a list of these landmarks? Because I feel like what you just passed on to us is like so much wisdom and experience.
Listen to Mike Burbage.
No, I'm serious. Like that's all your observation over the course of your obscene amounts of sketching over the course of your life. And
What you're trying to say is I'm old.
I'm trying to say you're giving us some good stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, maybe it took you a little while to get all that. It might put you
What
in
I'm trying to do is, to be honest, I am trying to give you good foundational stuff, but I'm also trying to give you a lot of heads up on a lot of things that took, usually not just me, that you're going through life, you're learning and all that stuff. And, as you've been doing this for 20, 30 years, whatever it is, you've learned all these things along the way that are really big landmark things that I think are, if I can give you a heads up to them, I think it'll accelerate your learning curve. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah.
And then I just see a lot. I don't have my point of view of teaching is my own. Okay. Not that I learned tons of stuff from all the people I learned from, but my point of view is my own. I'm not a big disciple of like we were talking about the Bridgman book or whatever. I'm never going to do a class where I go, I'm going to base my whole class on somebody else's philosophy. I'm never going to do that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I want to base my knowledge or my whatever I'm trying to teach you guys on stuff that I've learned, stuff that works, stuff that's been road tested in a career. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know. That's good.
So I don't adhere to I know that my stuff is all really good, solid, fundamental, foundational stuff. I know that. Okay. I don't want it to be somebody else's class. It's my point of view. And again, there's elements of like what Norm taught me in here. There's elements of what Gary taught me. Of course there is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I want to have my own point of view, and I know my point of view is actually, it's the one place where my brain works really logically. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because the rest of the time, my brain does not work very logically. Okay. But in this, it does. All right. Questions about that?
No. Oh, that was great. That
You make it too easy, man,
You know what's so weird about all this? Is it's so simple, but it's so hard to get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we're all experiencing the same thing. I don't care where you are in your experience level. I don't care where you are and how good you are. I don't care when you're 20 years down the road like I am, you're still going to be sitting here just doing the same crap, just trying to get better and better and better and better. You know what I mean?
True, man. That's
the
true,
fun
man.
It never ends.
Journey.
Yeah. You know what though? That's the beauty of it. And then you get to a point where you can really, man, I'm telling you, man, if you can stick with this stuff and you can really work your butts off, and some of you are already hitting things like this, and then you start getting to that point where you're starting to make good stuff and you're starting to hit it and and it starts in, usually a subtle way, just like we were talking about a little while ago where I got that thing with a hand or whatever. And that's wasn't when I was a student or anything, but it still happens where all of a sudden I lock into some kind of groove or something with it. And man, it just feels so good. And the better you get at this, the more fun it is. You know what I mean?
It's so awesome. I mean, I've already experienced some of that, and I can't wait to experience more.
I'm hoping all of you on some level are, and it's like, sometimes it's a big giant leap, sometimes a couple baby steps, then a big giant leap, who knows? But, you start getting the tools to sort of express the things that you got into it for in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we all got into this because we want to express ourselves somehow, or something we want to do, whether it's working in the industry or creating your own thing, whatever it is, painting, I don't know, whatever it is. Megan.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
A little bit of everything. I mean, my major is still advertising and graphic design, so I'd love to do any kind of advertising work. But I also like when we did that spot illustration stuff last semester. That was like really fun.
Which one did we do? What did we do the spot for? I can't remember.
It was at the very end. We like did it last minute. It was doing like a little illustration for articles that you sent us. A lot of them had to do with coronavirus.
It was like the editorial thing.
Yeah, editorial. So like that stuff is really fun. Like I'd love to do stuff like that for magazines.
Yeah. I love that stuff. I get it.
Yeah, it was really fun.
And I love the thing I love about illustration and cartooning too is that you could speak to culture and comment on culture. And the idea of like, I was showing Anne, I always forget her last name. Her name's Anne something. She's an editorial cartoonist. And I think she's on staff for the Washington Post, which I think nowadays is fairly rare. Mm-hmm. And she, that whole thing when you're like in the mix of like, she's probably in the mix. She's probably in the editorial meetings and,
yeah,
and they're all talking about all this high-minded stuff that's going on right now. And how do I say this? And, everybody's throwing ideas back and forth. That's like a really rarefied air to be breathing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Totally.
It's really fun. Or like the NPR stuff was like that, where it just opened all these doors to all these things. I could basically just call anybody and go, hey, I want to come in and do a story. And most people would go, okay. You know what I mean? They give me a press pass and I'm in, and some of those things were like things that I just always wondered about. Like that's what I would do the story. Like the opera one. I was like, what is that like? Like that's such a rarefied world. I thought they were going to totally tell me to go to hell. You know what I mean? And I wanted to see how they rehearsed it and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So, and then they roll red carpet for you. They're like, hell yeah, man. Come on, or hanging out with all these politicians. And I don't know. It's super interesting because you're like, all of a sudden you're in this world where you're like, what the hell am I doing here? Like, we're all intellectuals here. What the hell am I doing here? You know what I mean? I ran into Ina Jaffe on one that I did on Bill Rosendahl. Ina Jaffe, man, who I hear on the radio like all the time. She's a major NPR reporter, right? And she comes up and goes, I didn't know who she was because, I hear her on the radio. And she goes, are you working for KPCC? And I go, yeah. And she starts giving me this whole rundown. She doesn't realize that I'm there for like slice of life stuff. I don't think she knew I was a sketch dude.
Yeah.
And she's like, the backstory of this, that, and the other. I don't know who she thought, like if she thought I was like a new reporter or something. I don't know what she thought. And she starts totally schooling me. She goes, about this thing that, that we're covering? And I go, no, I didn't hear that. She goes, well, you ought to know it. And she's like getting all over me about it. And I'm like, holy shit. It's like Ina Jaffe, like totally let me have it. But it was cool. It was a cool experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
the whole thing was a cool experience. But anyway, you don't know. But my point being is what you just said, or for any of you guys, you don't know where it goes. You know what I mean? And to a certain extent, you got to start driving the bus. You know what I mean? You got to pick up the phone and like do whatever. That's what I did. I picked up the phone. I sent an email, bulldozed my way into stuff, kicked the door down. You're giving me a meeting. I'm talking to you. You need to see my stuff. I want to do this. I was a fucking sketch reporter for radio. Who the hell's ever done that? You know what I mean? But it was a blast.
Cool,
it was a blast. Right? You got to do it for half a decade, right? On and on. But the thing I always want to make sure that you guys are understanding is just a big world out there. It's not just entertainment design. It's not just this. It's not just that. There's a lot of interesting stuff. And the thing that's beautiful about art to me is you can incorporate whatever your interests are into it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think all that cultural stuff is interesting. I found a way to express it, to pursue it. If you find that interesting, there's a whole bunch of ways to express that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Editorial content, all that stuff. And what's really cool about the editorial stuff is you're really living, dying by really good ideas. You know what I mean? Like those got to be good ideas. They can't be half-assed. They got to be pretty sophisticated and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this week I want expression stuff. I want concentration on that. I still want to do 4 pages. And I know I'm behind on my grading. I got to go back and get caught up. I've just been super swamped. And I hate saying that because I know it's so self-important, but I actually am. Okay, because I hate it when people tell me that. Whenever people go, "I'm swamped," I go, "Who isn't?" You know what I mean? Don't tell me you're swamped. I don't care. But I am. What was I going to say? You can. I'd say just keep sketching people, but with an eye towards, try and capture all the talking, laughing, whatever expression you want to capture. I don't care. If you start feeling confident with that, maybe add in, hands and, maybe somebody's leaning a certain way and talking, like Jackie had, or no, it wasn't Jackie. It's that Ian Abondo guy. There's one in there where there's I always like to show up, but it'll take me too long to find it. But there's one in there where I think it's kind of from the back, 2 people sitting on a stool, and it's a guy kind of leaning in. The girl's like leaning away from him, like she clearly doesn't dig it. Like that kind of body language stuff is great. If you start feeling confident with that, I don't expect all that yet, but I really want the concentration on expressions. You can do you can do a few knockoffs of Jin Kim if you want. I don't really need to see those probably, unless you want me to see them for some reason. You can use some photography. I know right now it's weird, but you also have people in your house, right? They're just sitting there watching TV or whatever, talking to whatever. Anywhere there's an expression, go for it. Does that make sense? And you want to simplify and start looking at the holistic thing. Start looking at like we're talking about, if I crink this eye, this cheek usually goes up and all that kind of stuff. All of it has to work together. Does that make sense? Like the gestures and the body language, and then the expressions and all. Right now I'm worried about expressions only. I get it. And then all those things, but eventually all those things have to work together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And then you got something. All right. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys go.
Oh wait, does anyone want to do a meet thing at the corner bakery this week?
I'm available early mornings and Friday, but
Yeah, I go
me.
every morning pretty much.
But like I start work at 9:15, so like super early.
You have Friday off, Mike? You have Friday off?
I do.
God, see, it sucks, man. I have no time. I have Sundays. That's it. Well, I guess I could do Monday or something, because Monday I don't have a class till like 6:30. Monday and Wednesday. I'm going to go in there because we have a corner bakery down here, and I thought the same thing, but there's not usually that many people there for some reason.
This one is like, it's a Starbucks and a corner bakery sort of facing each other, and there's like public seating in between them. So it's like part of the
it's the one that's right on the property. It's also right by that Japanese place, right? Fuji Grill.
Which one?
Yeah?
I mean, I'm trying to think.
Yeah, it's by Fuji Grill. Fuji Grill, and it's in between Fuji Grill and I think Blaze.
See?
Oh yeah. And there's like a fountain and everything.
Yeah, I know exactly where it is. And I knew it from the sketch I saw. Yeah?
Yeah, you did.
I can put the address in the Discord.
Hey, Gina, you just sent me that thing. Yes, you're probably right. I'll fix it.
Hey, Mike, I have a general question about like some resource recommendations. I'm wanting to brush up in some other categories. Should I just send you an email, or
what is it?
Drop me? Well, you've been talking about design and animation a little bit. I mean, some animation principles like squash stretch.
Yeah.
Like off the top of your head, are there like a couple books in each of those categories that you would say, yeah, this has got some good stuff, or even YouTube video series or whatever?
Yeah, actually, here's a good one. Hang on.
Mike, did you say my name?
Yeah, I read your thing about the attendance thing. I'll double check it. You're probably right.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, it's fine. So this one, let me share my screen. So much for us getting out here early. I always think that, and then we don't. But this class for me goes by really fast. Hopefully it does for you. So this is, remember the guy I told you about, Mario?
Mario.
Yeah, I remember him.
The animator that I worked with?
Yeah, the one that you really, really love.
Yeah, that guy. This is Mario. So he did, this is really good. It's just the principles of animation. So he goes through everything from the bouncing ball to squash and stretch to overlap to anticipation. And he just sits there and draws everything for you.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's really good. Look.
Can you post this one?
Huh? Yeah,
Can you
for
link
sure
it?
I will.
Yes, thank
But what I
you.
love about it is that Mario is a freaking monster. But hang on.
The spaghetti.
So he goes through exaggeration. Same thing we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's say if someone says, I love you, instead you can go and say, I love you. You see how that actually punches up your animation a little more and your acting. So we're going to do some examples. So now I'm going to do.
So he'll go through literally just draw it frame by frame and explain what it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's great.
It's really, and it's not just because it's Mario. This is really good shit. You know?
Yeah, no, that's great.
And I think he goes through the 12 principles of animation or whatever it is. So see, now he's like frame by frame. Look how loose it is. And then he'll flip it. Look at the fluency in the drawing.
Very loose. It's almost like to do animation, you have to be loose because.
See, there's his flip. Then he'll go, okay, I need to add whatever. Look at the simple form breakdown. So he's got X amount of episodes. I don't know how many.
That's great.
Yeah, it's really good. So I'll put the first one, then you'll be able to find all of them from there. There's 4, 3. I think there's 4 or 5, maybe more. I don't know. But anyway, the stuff that's on there is just great. So it answers that, right?
Yeah, and then design like a book or anything like that. Because
design is
there's that one like textbook looking one. It's by was it Stephen Pentak and David A. Lauer? I don't know if that's like Design Basics. I don't know if that's a good one or.
God, it's weird. I hadn't thought about just a good basic design book. I'm gonna have to think about that. There's one. Well, it's a different thing. You're just talking about basic design principles, right?
Yeah, just to kind of get a feel for it, because I haven't looked at much of that stuff yet. And
yeah, let me think about that real quick because I'm not sure. I'd have to really think about. I know that there's a million of them that I know in my head, but let me think about that because just from a pure design perspective, that's a different. You know, you're talking about something where you're not going, okay, it's product design or it's animation design or it's this designer. So you're talking about just design, right?
Yeah, something to incorporate into like drawings and things like that.
Yeah, you really
we've talked about that.
You got to have basic design. I think Todd probably teaches a really good one. You know, and it's those basic. It's so weird because when I took basic design, I was like everybody else. I'm like, this sucks. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like squares and swatches, and man, now I look back on it, I go, God, that was like a big chunkier foundation. It's just that those simple principles. You know what I mean? Size relationships, light, dark, asymmetrical versus symmetrical. All those basic design principles are the things that you sit around and you just still access every single time you pick up a pen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Same stuff, man. It never changes. Let me know, you guys, if you're gonna meet this week. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that on the chat. There's some. Do we land on a day?
I'm not sharing my screen anymore, right?
We just see
No,
you.
you're not.
Okay.
You stopped sharing it without being asked.
See.
We landed on Friday at 12:30.
Why is
All
Megan
right.
so serious all of a sudden?
Sounds good.
Why do you look so serious all of a sudden, Megan?
I was trying to read through all the chat. There's a lot going on.
This is what Taylor does. Taylor does this all the time. You put something on the screen and she'll go like this.
I can't see it.
Also, within walking,
Go ahead.
within walking distance of the corner bakery, there's Birch Street and like downtown Brea and stuff, and they have seating areas there that are pretty cool. They have
Yeah, that's a cool spot too. Is Bruxy still there?
Yep.
The last time I went there, it was closed. Like they weren't letting anyone eat there. I was really sad.
But I've been seeing like there's a lot of old people at the corner bakery, but if you go into downtown, there's little kids like everywhere.
Define older people.
Like late 60s.
Okay. Nice save. So you would probably define me as one of those young kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I like to go down there and play in the fountain.
Perfect.
Because
Yeah, the like orange fountains.
I'm very young and youthful, and I like to go run through the fountains.
I'm seeing a lot of cafe to character potential.
We could draw that. Yeah.
All of our characters are going to be stem from Meg playing in the fountain.
All right.
Just picturing
I'm gonna let you guys go. If you need me this week, buzz me. Yeah?
Sounds good. Thanks,
Okay,
Mike.
guys. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Love y'all.